Je reconnais le député de Argenteuil, la petite nation, qui va nous mener dans la version de l'hymne national.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Au Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras supportait il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Qu'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member from Brampton Centre.
Speaker, February is Black History Month. In this month, we celebrate the contribution Black Canadians have made to our society. This year, let's recognize the contributions and achievement of the Honorable Jean Augustine. She was the first Black woman MP and Cabinet Minister. Her motion to recognize February as Black History Month was adopted by this House in 1995. She was a Liberal MP from 1993 to 2006 and served as Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and as Minister of State for Multiculturalism and Status of Women. She is a role model and inspiration to many Canadians, including myself. I want to thank the Honorable Jean Augustine for making a real difference in our country. Happy Black History Month, everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member from Yorkton Melville.
Canadians breathed a collective sigh of relief last week when the Special Committee on Assisted Death recommended a pause to this government's reckless and radical death-on-demand agenda. Mental illness should have never been considered for an acceptable reason for MAID. Conservatives have been warning this government for years that extending assisted suicide to those with mental illness will lead to the deaths of those who could have recovered. Liberals ignored us, but even worse, they ignored the advice of mental health experts and advocates that it would have further stigmatized mental illness and placing euthanasia ahead of other solutions to these illnesses. Colleagues, it bears repeating that assisted death is not medicine. It is not the personalized treatment that vulnerable people need and deserve. While medical science continues to make leaps and bounds, our lawmakers have made decisions that are increasingly devaluing life. This government must fully abandon their plans to one day permit death on demand for mental illness. Those who are struggling deserve treatment and support, not encouragement to end their lives.
Hear, hear.
Député de d'Orléans.
Monsieur le Président, last week I had the pleasure of welcoming Marcos Farib Subariba Castillo, a student from Karen Wilson Secondary School, along with his parents. It was a particularly significant occasion for him as it marked his very first time at question period and in the House of Commons. As parliamentarian, it's given me great joy to be able to help students like Marcos who choose the co-op program in providing them with work experience through a co-op placement in my constituency office. I want to express my gratitude to cooperative education teachers like Julia Banks from Kieran Wilson, who has gone above and beyond to ensure that students can immerse themselves in a positive work environment. Marco's visit serves as a reminder that our commitment to education and mentorship can have a profound impact on shaping the leaders of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Ladies and gentlemen, there's just one weekend left to take part in the most beautiful, prestigious, and popular winter carnival in the world, the Quebec City Winter Carnival.
Ça tombe bien.
Good timing. It's the weekend of the Upper Town Parade, so get a move on and come join us, dance, and have fun. Shake a leg and marvel at everything made of ice, glass sculptures, and Bonham's Palace even. Hurry up and come out to experience the warm, generous welcome so typical of the 1,500 volunteers, residents, and shopkeepers of Quebec City. A city like none other in North America, host of a carnival like none other in the world. Get a wiggle on and come join us for the 70th Quebec City Winter Carnival. Happy Carnival!
The honourable member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, Lucille Hunter was a prospector, business owner, nanny, cook, and the first female honorary member of the Yukon Order of Pioneers for her decades of devotion to mining. She and husband Charles came to the Yukon over the perilous Stikine Trail in 1897, one of only a few black families to make the trek north for gold. Lucille regularly walked over 100 miles from Dawson City to Mayo to manage her mining claims. Helping bring such stories to light is a small organization in my riding called Hidden History Society Yukon, documenting the invaluable contributions of the black community to our territory from the gold rush to today. Meanwhile, we're gearing up for the 11th annual Yukon African Music Festival, organized by Yukoner Leonard Boniface, who's also hosting an international conference on diversity and inclusion. Black History Month recognizes the outstanding contributions of black Canadians around the country, including Canada's North. I encourage Yukoners and all Canadians to learn and get involved in the many community events for Black History Month this February and beyond.
Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Calgary-Shepherd.
Athlete, author, thinker, businessman, husband, grandfather. A few of the ways to describe Bill Gardner, who passed away at 83 last month. He won a silver at the decathlon in the 1963 Pan Am Games. He later competed in 1964 at the Tokyo Olympics, 1966 at the Commonwealth Games in Jamaica, and 1970 at Edinburgh. He married his beloved wife Jean in 1979, and they were blessed with 5 children and 16 grandchildren. Bill was also a fearless conservative writer with bestsellers including The Trouble with Canada and The War Against the Family. He co-founded Civitas in 1996, a key forum for conservative thinkers to debate. I want to offer my sincerest condolences to Jean and the Gardner family, to his friends and business colleagues, and to join them in their grief and sorrow. Now, I didn't know Bill personally, but I knew his ideas. I read them. Many conservatives did. So on behalf of a grateful conservative movement, thank you, Bill, for those cherished ideas you gave us. Rest in peace.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. We are there for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. $10 a day childcare saves families an average of $6,300 per child a year. 40,000 Newfoundland and Labradorians receive the Enhanced Canada Workers Benefit. Over 47,000 parents received an average of over $6,000 from the Canada Child Benefit. More than 5,000 kids have accessed the Canada Dental Benefit. 4,300 homes are saving on energy bills from the Greener Homes Grant. 160,000 received the grocery rebate and the doubling of the GST credit. Over $1 billion in federal transfers, including almost $7 million for health care. And let's not forget the pollution price rebate checks for 295,000 individuals or families every 4 months. Our plan is having a positive impact on Newfoundland and Labrador. So I challenge the opposition to be honest and tell the people of the province, what will you cut?
The honourable member from Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, each February we celebrate Black History Month, when we honor and we recognize the amazing hard work and dedication and challenges of Black Canadians throughout history and beyond. We also celebrate the amazing work of community organizations that provide continued support and guidance to the Black community. The Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton is one of these community organizations whose continued presence and leadership in ensuring that Black history and culture is recognized, shared, and celebrated does not go unnoticed. I'm excited that this year on February 26th with Sheridan College, they will have the public premiere screening of the film Finding Freedom on the 16 at film.ca cinemas in Oakville. Most people are unaware of Oakville's ties to the Underground Railroad, and this film tells the amazing story of former enslaved African Americans from Maryland and Louisiana who fled in search of freedom to the small town of Oakville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been so expensive. Rent has doubled, mortgages have doubled, new home construction is down again this year, and the housing bureaucrats of this own government predict that it's going to be down again in 2024. This Liberal NDP cost of living crisis is forcing Canadians to choose every month between paying their rent, putting food on the table, and heating their homes. Of course, the Prime Minister is performing in his favorite of plays. He crisscrosses the country, taking pictures, spending even more money, delivering worse results. This out-of-touch Prime Minister is paying city gatekeepers all across Canada for a picture and a promise that they'll do better. An entire generation of Canadians who are locked out of home ownership are living the pain every day of this government's endless, empty promises. A Conservative government will ignite action in cities by tying federal funding to housing results, not promises. Only a Conservative government will bring it home.
The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the extreme weather emergency in Sydney, Victoria following the unprecedented snowfall of more than 150 centimetres this past weekend. Once again, Cape Bretoners are faced with the impacts of climate change and must persevere. I'd like to thank the first responders, volunteers, employees at Public Works, and all those who have stepped up to help, including the local Coast Guard College. Your efforts are appreciated, and I ask that you continue to lend a hand to your neighbours while helping each other get through this difficult time. Please know that the federal government is providing support, both financial and with human resources, to help with these challenging cleanup efforts. As Liberals, we'll always act in situations of emergency. We're here to support you today, and we'll be there tomorrow, too. Cape Bretoners are known for their kindness, compassion, and willingness to help each other. And because of that, we will get through this together. Thank you.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The Liberals have known for a while now that their carbon tax is a scam, but they refuse to give it up. Their latest idea is to rename it, telling Canadians that it's a good thing that they raise a tax again on April 1st. The Liberals keep ignoring what Canadians have been telling them for years, and they're still offside with their coalition partners in the NDP who voted with Conservatives to at least give farmers some relief from the carbon tax cash grab. Instead of reducing costs for farmers and for the people buying their food by passing Bill C-234, the government would rather work to prevent this tax relief from happening. There's no reason to think that the Liberals are interested in fixing what they have broken. If they get their way, their carbon tax will be higher and higher year after year, even though the minister admitted that he's not measuring whether it's reducing emissions. But Conservatives stand ready to stop this nonsense. Canadians can count on us to axe the tax and bring home the much-needed relief that they deserve.
Yeah!
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Former Speaker of the House of Commons was forced to resign after a scandal that saw an SS soldier recognized in this place last September during President Zelensky's visit. I want to read a few quotes made about the former Speaker during the period that led to his resignation. I can't see, based on the conversations I've had, how he can continue to have the support of Liberal members of Parliament, said the Liberal House Leader in calling for the Speaker to resign. What happened on Friday is completely unacceptable. It was an embarrassment to the House and Canadians, said the Foreign Minister. Yet last week, after months of denial, written evidence in an email came to light that the Prime Minister did, in fact, invite the same SS soldier to a government reception in Toronto. So So where is the same condemnation for the Prime Minister from those cabinet ministers and Liberal MPs who threw the former Speaker under the bus? The Prime Minister and his office are guilty of the exact same sin as the former Speaker, and because he is, he deserves the same punishment for embarrassing our nation once again. Like the Speaker before him, the Prime Minister needs to resign.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacroix. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of talk about the price of food and food waste. In my riding, Complice Alimentaire has come up with an innovative response to these problems. Established in Jardin de Napierville, the organization recovers imperfect fruits and vegetables from local market gardeners, processes them, freezes them, and distributes them through a network of outlets located in municipal and government buildings, as well as other community organizations in my area. The food is made accessible through social pricing. Les Complices has just received funding from Public Health Agency of Canada's Healthy Canadians and Communities Fund. This assistance will be used to document and develop their model so it can be exported elsewhere in Quebec and all across Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's how we're supporting our communities to make them even more resilient and supportive. Thank you.
Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
More than 660 million women and girls are living in conflict zones, a 50% increase in the last 6 years. In Ukraine, 2/3 of those who are internally displaced are women. In Sudan, women make up 69% of those displaced, and 90% of the people crossing into Chad are women and girls. In Afghanistan, a United Nations expert has said 20 years of progress in women and girls' rights has been erased since the Taliban took over. And in Palestine, 70% of the victims in Gaza are women and children. Heartbreakingly, 2 mothers per hour are being killed in Gaza right now. Canadian organizations can alleviate this suffering and promote human rights. Yet every year, Canada's investment is a fraction of what we've promised. For Budget 2024, the government must listen to experts, to those 100 organizations who wrote, and do its best to stand up for those around the world that need our support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, after the unilingual English Grey Cup scandal, after the field hockey game in Winnipeg, Manitoba, where Punjabi took the place of French, Louis Riel must be turning in his grave. Again this Saturday, Francophones were disrespected at a sporting event. At the National Hockey League All-Star Game in Toronto, the Canadian national anthem was sung in English only. Canada is supposed to have 2 official languages, and its national anthem was originally written in French. All that remained was a tiny snippet they deigned to keep from the original French version. Things have gone too far. It's disrespectful of Francophones and Quebecers. Increasingly, Canada is erasing French from its history and from its symbols. Quebecers feel less and less a part of this country. It's now up to Quebecers to make the decisions that need making. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canada is facing a meteoric rise in auto theft, which can be directly attributed to the Liberals' soft-on-crime policies. While the Prime Minister prefers to hold summits and discussions, for the past 2 days, the leader of the official opposition has been proposing common-sense solutions to counter this serious problem. First, we're going to amend the criminal code to keep car thieves in jail. We're going to get to the core of the problem and create a new specific aggravating factor when the offense is committed for the benefit of organized crime. We're going to provide CBSA with the equipment and staff they need to do their job properly by increasing the number of border officials. And we'll do it without dipping further into taxpayers' pockets. We invite all parties and MPs to join us in our efforts to combat crime.
The Honourable Member from Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as we embark on the Lunar New Year, Asian communities in Richmond Centre and across Canada are ready to join the world to celebrate Spring Festival and welcome the Year of the Dragon. This is the time we gather with friends, families, and loved ones to celebrate this festive season with rich tradition of the lunar calendar. Lunar New Year is an opportunity to celebrate the traditions that enrich Canada's diverse social fabric. Let us take a moment to acknowledge and recognize the contribution of Asian Canadians to Canada, and as we celebrate the Year of the Dragon, I would like to wish everyone a successful, prosperous, and healthy year ahead. And to our communities in Richmond Centre and across Canada, Happy Lunar New Year, Bon Année Lunar, Chak Mang Nam Moi, Sahib Bok Mada Padaseo, Gong Xi Fa Cai, Xin Nian Kuai Le.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing. The cost of housing has, in fact, doubled since he promised to make housing more affordable. According to rental.ca, rent has increased by over 20% throughout Canada in just 2 years. That is over $400 more for rent. Will the Prime Minister reverse his policies that caused this crisis? He needs to stop the bureaucrats who are blocking construction, and he needs to bring down deficits and interest rates. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative member for Dufferin-Caledon best described our ambitions when it comes to housing. He said that our housing minister seems to announce a new program or announcement every day. He is absolutely right. We have been working hard week after week. We have reached new agreements through the fund, in the Housing Accelerator Fund, and we have developed new tools to speed up the construction of affordable housing. We will continue to focus on our goal, which is to speed up home building. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Announcements, programs, checks, yet no housing. People cannot live in housing or announcements made by this Prime Minister, who is just not worth the cost. In fact, construction sites have decreased. They have decreased by 28% in December as compared with last December. Will the Prime Minister put an end to these programs which balloon bureaucracy costs and interest rates so that we can truly build housing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the only thing the Conservative leader is offering is insults. He insults Quebec's elected officials and politicians. He insulted the mayor of Niagara. He uses the homeless as accessories for his own photo ops. A responsible leader, Mr. Speaker, will take action to invest in communities and to invest in housing. That's what we are doing. We removed GST for construction of new rental housing. We also announced funding, including $900 million for Quebec for housing. We are here to invest and to build. He's just here to insult people.
The Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, des centaines de milliers.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of dollars are being spent on bureaucracy. We don't need this bureaucracy. The bureaucracy has ballooned by 50% since this Prime Minister took office. What we do need is not bureaucracy, but housing. His housing agency said that we will need 3.5 million housing units. But this week, the CBC said that given our population growth and the drastic drop in construction, we will in fact need 5 million housing units. Where will these 5 million families live? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, he's talking about bureaucracy, but on the contrary, we're investing in municipalities in order to decrease red tape and to speed up home building throughout the country. We have signed about 30 Housing Accelerator Fund deals in order to build more units faster. We are going to increase densification. We're improving zoning. We are speeding up the use of certain lands, and we are increasing affordable housing. We're here to invest in a real and tangible way. Meanwhile, he just wants to insult people.
Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, these are the same promises he made 8 years ago before he doubled housing costs. He's not worth the cost of housing, which is up 100%. In the last 2 years alone, according to rent.ca, the rent is up 20% or $400 for the average family. And now we learn that construction is in free fall, down 28% last December versus the December before. Will he stop funding bureaucracy and driving up interest rates so that we can bring homes Canadians can afford?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our housing ambition can be best summed up by the Conservative member for Dufferin-Caledon, who said that it seems that every day our Minister of Housing has a new program, a new announcement, or a new check for Canadians. That's exactly right, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work hand in hand with Canadians, with municipalities across the country, municipalities he'd rather insult, to get more homes built faster, Mr. Speaker. The investments we're making, including things like taking the GST off purpose-built rental housing, which the Conservatives voted against, will continue to create more homes for Canadians right across the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, you can't live in announcements and programs. You need homes that have walls and spending. Will he accept our common sense plan to build homes and not bureaucracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just last week I was in Kitchener-Waterloo making an announcement for the Housing Accelerator Program for Waterloo. And what the Leader of the Opposition seemed to have missed is we were standing in a freshly completed building for seniors that $33 million of funding from the federal government a few years ago allowed to be built today. We are building things today that people are moving into in the coming weeks, and we are announcing how we are building things for tomorrow, as opposed to him who just chooses to insult Canadians, insult mayors, and insult our intelligence.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The government wants to delay by 3 years upholding a court decision regarding medical assistance in dying for mental health. Now, imagine that the Conservatives are elected. All MAID would be totally locked down for a long time. They will never pass MAID, the Conservatives. So this Prime Minister, does he realize that he's acting as if he's afraid of the religious right? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we agree that there is a threat to fundamental rights and freedoms. That is, a Conservative government would be a threat to rights and freedoms. That said, when it comes to medical assistance in dying, it is a difficult and personal decision. We need to ensure that we are protecting the most vulnerable. We must also ensure that we are upholding fundamental rights and freedoms. So, when it comes to mental illness and minors, we will continue to reflect on the matter. We will continue to thoroughly study the matter and to consult before moving forward. The Honourable Leader of the Bloc Québécois. There is a solution, though. Quebec, in fact, put forward a solution which is supported by the National Assembly of Quebec. In the Liberal legislation, there is an element allowing any province, such as Quebec, to move forward with advance requests for medical assistance in dying. So the 3-year extension would be fine in that case because Quebec could move forward based on Quebec's values. Does the Prime Minister support Quebec's request? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this matter of advance requests was brought up many years ago as being a very important decision we need to make, but a difficult one at that. If a Canadian makes an advance request, saying, for instance, if my health reaches such and such a state, can I have medical assistance in dying? But then the person might not necessarily be able to give free and informed consent. So it's a very difficult decision for us to make and for our society to make. We will continue to work with Quebec. We will continue to reflect on this and study it.
The Prime Minister could learn a lot from the young women I met earlier today who are struggling to put food on the table. They're living a struggle the Prime Minister has never had to face. They're getting ripped off by corporate grocery stores, and the Prime Minister let it happen for over 2 years. So will the Prime Minister get serious now about taking on corporate greed by supporting my bill to reduce the price of groceries?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, right now with the Fall Economic Statement, we're proposing significant measures to increase competition in the grocery sector. Many of them ideas that we are in alignment with the Leader of the NDP on. We believe in moving forward in greater competition in the grocery sector. That's something the NDP and the Liberals agree on. It's not something the Conservatives agree on because their chief strategist is actually on the Loblaws payroll, and they choose to continue to promote disinformation and misinformation while they're defending big groceries. On this side of the House, we'll stand up for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Have a history of letting rich CEOs off the hook. We can change that today.
Hear, hear.
Le Premier Ministre.
The Prime Minister could learn from many of the young women I met with today. They're struggling to make ends meet. They're living a life that they've never lived before. They are being scammed by grocery giants, but the Prime Minister seems to support those grocery giants. So will the Prime Minister vote in favor of my bill to bring down grocery prices? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am very open to the NDP's efforts to increase competition in the grocery sector. We believe in that. In fact, in our legislation, we have included measures which are parallel to the NDP's measure. We absolutely want to increase competition in the grocery sector. The NDP and the Liberal Party share that desire. The Conservatives, though, they listen to their lobbyists, Loblaws lobbyists. They defend the interests of big grocers rather than defending Canadians and bringing down grocery prices. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, he is not worth the crime. He has caused a lot of car theft. Mark Roos says that his Dodge Ram was stolen, but he put an AirTag in the truck. He was able to find out that the truck was at the Port of Montreal. He knows where it is, but port agencies and port management say that he cannot go and find his Dodge Ram because there aren't enough scanners. Will the Prime Minister accept my common sense plan? Will he buy 24 scanners in order to find this man's Dodge Ram? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, organized crime has caused an increase in car theft throughout Canada. The Conservative Party's attacks on C5 and C75 are absolutely not the solution. Their attacks are not the right way to solve the problem. We will continue to invest. For instance, we have given the Government of Ontario $121 million to fight auto theft. We will also continue to work with the Canada Border Services Agency to increase their staff. We are here to help. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
At ports, after 8 years, the port authorities are only scanning or inspecting 1% of shipping containers leaving our ports, and that led to the case where Mark Roos had his 2021 Dodge Ram stolen. Luckily, he had an Apple AirTag, so he could follow its transit to the Port of Montreal, where he knows it to be. He called both the cops and the Port Authority, both of which said they don't know which box it's in, so they can't find it. So why won't he accept my common sense plan to buy 24 scanners so we can scan the boxes, find the Dodge Ram, and give it back to Mark?
Yeah. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this would be perhaps a little more credible from the Conservative Party if they hadn't cut 1,000 CBSA officers when they were last in government. And they'd proposed to cut 400 more if they had won the 2015 election. The reality is we restored every single border officer they cut and added 800 more. And we're continuing to do the necessary work. We recovered 1,800 stolen vehicles last year. We'll continue to do...
Sorry to interrupt the Prime Minister and to all members. I'm going to ask members please to keep their comments to themselves until they have the microphone or have the floor so that they'll be able to ask their questions or answer the questions. The Honourable Prime Minister has 15 seconds on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives cut frontline border services officers, along with cuts to the RCMP, cuts to police forces across the country, we invested in them, and we're going to continue to do that with $121 million for Ontario, more investments for port and border security. We're going to continue to step up and keep Canadians safe.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You know, the Prime Minister's strength is not math, but the facts are that we took office, there were about 12,000 working as CBSA officials, and when we left office, there were over 14,000. So 14,000 is more than 12,000 to help the Prime Minister with the numbers. It's true that we cut back office bureaucracy and high-priced consultants, which he has ballooned, and that's why after 8 years, he has increased auto theft by 32%. Will he accept our common sense plan to cut high-priced consultants and hire more front-line inspectors?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I can't help but smile when the Leader of the Opposition talks about high-priced consultants, because it's his campaign being run by a high-priced consultant for Loblaws. When he stands in this place and across the country, wrenching his heartstrings about the prices that Canadians are paying for groceries, when his top advisor is in the pocket of Loblaws, giving him the same talking points as she gives Galen Weston when he appeared at Parliamentary Committee. Mr. Speaker, if Canadians are going to believe this Leader of the Opposition, he needs to come clean with who is funding his organizations.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's sure getting desperate if he has to blame Conservative campaign workers for the fact that he raised food prices, especially when, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's new marketing director, Max Veliket, did marketing for Loblaws for 4 years. Don Guy, the Prime Minister's chief pollster, works for GT & Co., which collects checks from Loblaws. As does Dan Arnold, his other pollster, getting checks from Loblaws. Are they the ones that forced him to quadruple the carbon tax on our food?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order. I know it's Wednesday, and members are very keen to hear the answer to this question, so I'll ask them to please restrain themselves while the Right Honourable Prime Minister answers the question. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, you can tell it's Wednesday because this morning the members of the Conservative caucus got to hear directly from Jenny Byrne, who sits in their caucus with them, giving them advice. So that is exactly where they're coming. When she is actively on the Loblaws payroll, while at the same time feeding lines to the Leader of the Opposition about food prices and concocting a theory around carbon price and grocery prices that, as the member from Regina Louvain pointed out yesterday, has no basis in fact, we see the kind of torque he chooses to pull.
There. That's not so hard. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, he makes it too easy. He talks about caucus meetings and Loblaws. Get this. the Prime Minister had someone who is his Director of Caucus Services named Julie DeWolf, who is now a lobbyist for Loblaws. Not only that, he digs up a lot of dirt. His chief dirt digger, Kevin Bosch, left his office so that he could go and work as a lobbyist for Loblaws. Would he like us to continue going down the list of all of his Loblaws lobbyists, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It is quite something to watch the flailing of the Conservatives right now as they do anything to try to distract from the fact that their campaign manager, the Leader of the Opposition's top advisor, is and still gets contributions and paychecks from Loblaws. This is an issue. When he has stood up and pretended to care about food prices, when we hear the exact same talking points come out of Galen Weston's mouth as out of the Leader of the Opposition's mouth on some invented connection between the price on pollution and grocery prices, we know exactly who is behind the Conservative Party.
Madame.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Former Minister Lametti and other Liberal colleagues gave some thought to the possibility of opening up the Canadian Constitution. Well, Quebec is considering something. A referendum. That's a major word. We are considering a referendum on repatriating all immigration-related authorities and powers to Quebec. So should the Prime Minister give Quebec back the authorities and powers that it deserves so that we can have immigration as we want it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all countries' federal governments are responsible for immigration. Canada's federal government handles borders and immigration. But we have, for a long time, recognized the special situation of Quebec and the need to promote and protect Quebec's language and culture. We have given Quebec powers that no other province has so that Quebec can defend itself. We will continue to work with Quebec on immigration. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Okay, so we agree then. Quebec should become its own country and have all of these powers. Now, the Prime Minister and his ministers say that they're working hand in hand with Quebec. The immigration minister says that they're working hand in hand with Quebec, but the Quebec immigration minister wants to hold a referendum to give Quebec all control over its own immigration. So does that not testify to, is that not a testament to the failure of the immigration system and the immigration minister? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are continuously reminded of the fact that the Bloc Québécois is always looking for squabbles between Quebec and Canada. They're always looking to bring up referendums. Here's the truth, though, Mr. Speaker. We are working hand in hand with the government of Quebec, and we have been doing so for decades. Ottawa and Quebec have been working together well for decades in order to manage immigration, to ensure that immigration targets are appropriate for Quebec. We will continue this work respectfully, without any squabbles, despite what the Bloc wishes. The Honourable Opposition Leader.
The crime, Mr. Speaker. He unleashed the car theft crisis by bringing in house arrest and bail, not jail, for repeat career car thieves, and by allowing our ports to become sieves where our cars are stolen from. So much so that we're now becoming world famous for the Prime Minister's failures. The Ghana Economic and Organized Crime Office says we are in possession of stolen vehicles. The victims, it's all in Canada. No Canadian agency has approached us directly or made a formal complaint. Will he take the money from the back office bureaucrats and consultants and put it into frontline law enforcement to protect our cars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition likes to make base political accusations. He likes to talk about C5 and C75 as the reason there is auto theft in this country. The reality is C5 is the bill that keeps mandatory minimum penalties for car theft on the books, and C75 is the bill that raises the maximum penalty on car theft. We've continued to step up in terms of keeping Canadians safe. We will continue to invest in the CBSA and in the resources necessary to counter these challenges. We will keep working based on facts and evidence, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, here are the actual facts. Let's go through them. C5 keeps mandatory prison sentences. Mr. Speaker, they were already in place, put there by the previous Conservative government. They weren't created by C5. What C5 did is it brought in house arrest for career car thieves so they can watch Netflix or perhaps play Grand Theft Auto in their living room and then go out onto the street and steal another car whenever they want. Will he follow my common sense plan to end house arrest for career car thieves?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the Leader of the Opposition's simplistic worldview, someone sitting on their couch at home playing video games goes out and steals an Escalade. That's not what happens, Mr. Speaker. Organized crime is directly involved in the massive spike in auto thefts in this country. That's why what we're stepping up on in investment in anti-organized crime, investments against money laundering that party voted against, investments in more powers and more resources for Ontario to counter auto theft, and indeed more resources for the CBSA that they cut when they last left office will continue to be there.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, actually, people do steal cars when they're on house arrest because all they have to do is open the door and walk out and steal the car. Then there's his bail policy, which allowed the same 40 offenders to be arrested 6,000 times in Vancouver in a year, many of them car thieves. So, will he accept my common sense plan to get rid of house arrest and bring in jail, not bail, for career car thieves? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in all the questions the Leader of the Opposition asked about car theft, he hasn't once mentioned organized crime, which is the cause of car theft in this country right now. And that's why perhaps he's not mentioning it, because when we brought forward measures to counter organized crime and money laundering, the Conservative Party voted against them. We moved forward with more resources for Ontario, $121 million to counter organized crime and car theft. The Conservative Party voted against. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to anchor ourselves in facts and data and deliver on keeping Canadians safe.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he wants facts. Here's another fact. Extortions are up 218% since he took office. Right. Why? Because he got rid of mandatory jail time for extortion with a weapon. So now he allows extortionists to go around with guns, harassing small business owners in Brampton, in Surrey, in Calgary, and Edmonton, where horror stories are unfolding. Will he agree to our common sense plan to reverse catch and release so that Canadians are safe from extortion?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, the situation faced by far too many people across this country around extortion from organized crime is unacceptable, and that is why we are taking action directly with the RCMP and local police forces to counter it. But once again, we see Conservatives falling into the same far-right American trap in their approach on crime that doesn't work, that doesn't keep Canadians safe, that it sounds sounds good in sound bites and attacks, but doesn't actually deliver safer communities. It's like their opposition to gun control and their desire to put assault-style weapons back on the streets. They don't keep Canadians safe. The work we does.
So I'd like to, colleagues, before you saw a hesitation in the previous round when the speaker was a little confused as to who was going to be speaking next, as it turns out, we had deprived the Leader of the Opposition a question. I don't know if the Leader of the Opposition wants it now or would he like it in the next round? So I'll take it right now. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the cold, hard facts. There were 2/3 less cases of extortion in the last year of the common sense Conservative government than there are today. In the 10 years we were in office, the number of car thefts fell by half. And that was because we targeted the worst offenders, kept them in prison, we secured our ports, and stopped organized crime. The Prime Minister has only multiplied crime with his catch and release policies. Will he follow the evidence and reinstate a common sense criminal justice?
I hate to interrupt the honourable member, and I don't know if it was picked up on the mics, but I did pick up some language which was unparliamentary, and I'll ask all members to please watch themselves. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we hear from the Leader of the Opposition is under the previous Conservative government, everything was perfect, and what he is proposing to do is to make Canada great again. That is not what Canadians want. He is pining for a nostalgia that, quite frankly, Canadians do not feel. They remember what he did as part of Stephen Harper's failed housing minister. He remembers the rights of Indigenous peoples violated, the ignoring of environmental responsibilities, and the lack of an environmental and economic plan for the future. We're going to continue.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Canadians with disabilities are being treated unfairly by big airlines, and the Liberal solution? Another gentleman's meeting with a CEO who only cares about his own bottom line. This is a slap in the face to passengers who've had their human rights violated, having to drag themselves off a plane. Like with the greedy grocery CEOs, the Liberals are just letting Air Canada get away with it. Will the Prime Minister get serious about holding these CEOs to account to protect Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there to protect vulnerable Canadians. We'll continue to make sure that areas of federal jurisdiction like airlines continue to meet all their responsibilities and obligations toward Canadians. This is something we take extraordinarily seriously, and we will continue to ensure that all airlines are respecting Canadians and their rights.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
The Liberals are skirting their responsibility by underfunding the non-insured health benefits that provides dental care, eye care, mental health, and medical travel for Nunavummiut. Their actions are forcing Nunavut to divert funds to this program instead of their own health priorities. The Liberals need to step up. Their failure to live up to their responsibilities to Nunavut is unacceptable. Will the Prime Minister commit to its obligations to ensure Nunavummiut have the health care they are owed?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, I was in Iqaluit to talk to the Premier of Nunavut, PJ Ahiaguk, to talk about how we can continue to be partners as we move forward and ensure the strength and opportunities for all Nunavummiut. This is what we're continuing to do, whether it was celebrating the historic devolution agreement that we made possible or looking at further supports, including non-insured health benefits. We will continue to be there for the people of Nunavut. We will continue to be there for people of the North.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, last week the government announced that eligible Canadian residents aged 72 and older can now apply for a Canada Dental Player. Over 500,000 applicants have been approved for the Canadian Dental Care Program, making dental care more affordable and accessible. This is great news for seniors in Kitchener-Conestoga and across Canada, as more and more seniors have access to affordable dental care. Can the Prime Minister please update us on the Canadian Dental Care Plan that will help seniors smile and be an important part of overall health.
The Right Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member for Kitchener-Conestoga is passionate about ensuring seniors and kids get access to dental care. I'm happy to announce that in the first few weeks, over 600,000 seniors have successfully signed up for the Canadian Dental Care Plan. While the Conservative Party voted against funding dental care to those who need it most, we want to reassure Canadian seniors that on this side of the House, we will always have their backs, we'll fight for them, and we'll make sure that that leader never cuts essential supports to seniors.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 8 years, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing, which has doubled since he promised to lower it. Now we have a brand new phenomenon of the middle-class homeless. In fact, according to the Executive Director of the Royal Canadian Legion of Nova Scotia, members of the Canadian Forces are now forced to live in tents, in cars, and to couch surf. There are 30 homeless encampments in Halifax after 8 years of this Prime Minister. But why would the Prime Minister then plan to go ahead with a $450 a year rent increase to our armed forces members who are already forced to live in tents?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, military members and their families are a priority, and we're taking steps to ensure that they are supported. We're investing $445 million over the coming years to tackle the supply of military housing. And when the Conservatives had an opportunity to support our military personnel, they chose not to. The Conservatives stood up in this House and voted against supporting our men and women in uniform just last December.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is an outrageous non-response to the men and women who put their lives on the line for this country. He rewards them with a tent or a couch in someone else's basement to sleep in. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, there's a 177% increase in Bagotville and a 261% increase in the wait line for military housing. And now he plans a $450 rent increase on the people who protect our country. Shouldn't he be ashamed of himself?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from the Conservatives who nickel and dimed our military service members and veterans through 9 years of their time in office, and even dropped military funding to below 1% of GDP, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to step up, including with $445 million for military housing in the coming years, as we continue to honor and support the women and men who serve our country with their lives.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Honors them with a tent to live in. He honors them with a $450 increase in their rent. Before this Prime Minister, we didn't have masses of military members living in tent cities, Mr. Speaker. They could put a roof overhead. In fact, we didn't have 30 tent cities in Halifax. We didn't have 2 million people lined up at food banks in lines that are reminiscent of the Great Depression. We didn't have young people forced to wait till they're age 40 to get a home. The good news is life was not like this before this Prime Minister, and it won't be like this after he's gone.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Why doesn't he just say it straight out, Mr. Speaker? He's planning to make Canada great again. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, Canada is great. Canada is the best country in the world. And yes, there are challenges, and that's why we're stepping up to invest, whether it's $445 million for military housing, whether it's stepping up with dental care for vulnerable seniors or youth, whether it's cutting child care fees in half, Mr. Speaker, whether it's continuing to step up for vulnerable youth. We are going to be there for Canadians while he proposes cuts to services, cuts to programs, and cuts to the supports that Canadians need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So that's what the Prime Minister has to say to the 2 million people lined up around street corners clamoring for the food bank after 8 years. That things are just going great. To the people in Montreal who've seen their rent quadruple after his 8 years, life is just great for them too. To the Torontonians who have to spend 25 years now saving up for the down payment on the average home, he says things are just great. How can he possibly fix the misery he caused if he can't even realize that it's right in front of his face?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition may not think that Canada is the best country in the world, but we do. And the reality is we recognize Canadians are struggling right now. And that is why we continue to invest in supports for them, whether it's cutting childcare fees in half, whether it's investing in the kinds of jobs and careers we're going to need in the #1 battery supply chain country in the world, in drawing in significant investments right across the country, in moving forward into a brighter economic future, while we recognize that Canadians need support now. He offers fear and cuts while we offer support and a brighter future. That's what we're going to continue.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the federal government owes $470 million to Quebecers for welcoming asylum seekers. That Ottawa is responsible for. The amounts announced for hosting future asylum seekers is fine, but it doesn't pay back the federal debt that has accumulated since 2021. The Minister of Immigration always ends up using insults when it's talked about. We want to find out what's happening. It's essential to continue to provide the services to asylum seekers. Can the Prime Minister finally pay back the money he owes Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've often said in the House that Quebecers have demonstrated a commitment and a generosity that is quite significant to the vulnerable people coming to Canada, and we are grateful for that. We are here to assist and to invest in Quebec in order to allow these people to come here. We recognize that this has led to additional costs, not only for the Quebec government, but for social services and community organizations, and that is why we are working on an ongoing basis with Quebec to ensure that we recognize these sacrifices and these efforts and that we thank them and they are compensated for that. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister must also ensure a fair distribution of asylum seekers. Quebec's intake capacity has been exceeded. Out of 289,000 asylum seekers in Canada, Quebec has proven that 160,000 are in their jurisdiction. That's 55% of the total. The Quebec's Minister of Immigration said yesterday that she wanted to hold a referendum on the repatriation of all immigration powers. She's so exasperated by the federal government's inaction. Does the Prime Minister understand that when there's talk of a referendum, it's perhaps time for him to wake up? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for many years, Quebec has had the challenge of dealing with Roxham Road, and we have worked with the Quebec government as well as with the government of the United States, and we have resolved that issue. There are new issues with regard to the airports, but we are going to be here to help the Quebec government and Quebecers to deal with that situation. We will always do that in partnership. It's just the Bloc that is looking for squabbles and referendums. We'll always be here to work hand in hand in all due respect with the government of Quebec. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is not worth the cost of food after 8 years of the NDP Liberal carbon tax. It's caused food prices to rise 20% in the last 2 years alone. So much for the affordable food they promised when they signed their coalition with the NDP leader. So much so that the Canada Food Bank is now forced to cut in half the number of potatoes that they're giving out. It's too expensive and there's too much demand. Instead of just telling those people who are eating half as much in Canada that things are great, why won't he follow our common sense plan to axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member for Regina Louvain recognized yesterday, there is absolutely no data to support any link between our price on pollution and higher grocery prices. There simply is none. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are a government anchored in evidence and data, and we will continue to be there to deliver things like a grocery rebate to Canadians, to put more money back in Canadians' pockets, even as we put a price on pollution with the carbon price rebate, and we will continue to defend Canadians' interests against the cuts proposed by that Conservative.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He wants to know the link between the carbon tax and the food price. Well, I'll help him out. So farmers use something called diesel. It goes in their tractors and combines and drying machines. It goes in their off-farm fuels that pay the carbon tax, on which he wants to quadruple the tax. Then the truckers who pick up the food, transport it to the grocery store, pay the carbon tax. Then the grocer pays the carbon tax to power the heat in that big Olympic stadium size chamber we call a grocery store. If he doesn't get the link, how is he ever going to fix the problem?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The problem with the story that the Leader of the Opposition just told is there's absolutely no data to support it. He is all about political attacks. He is all about inventing reasons to not take action on the fight against climate change because his Conservative Party still doesn't understand that you cannot have a plan for Canadians' future or the future of the economy if you don't have a plan to fight climate change. Not only are we fighting climate change, Mr. Speaker, we're putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians and building the economy of the future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of no evidence, we actually filed an order paper question asking for proof that his carbon tax is reducing emissions, and it came back that there was no evidence. For 8 years in government, after years of raising the tax, they have no proof that it reduces emissions at all. But we know it increases food prices, and this is why Canada's food professor said, I'm recommending a pause on the carbon tax for the entire food industry from farm gate to store and restaurants. If the Prime Minister doesn't have the common sense to axe the tax, will he listen to the food professor and cancel his plan to hike it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is actually reducing its emissions faster than our G7 partners, largely because we put a price on pollution. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition wants to make pollution free again. We do not think that is the right path for Canada. We know that investing in reduction of carbon emissions while putting more money back in Canadians' pockets, switching from home heating oil to heat pumps, moving forward in responsible ways as we're investing in supporting Canadians is the way to build a stronger future, but he proposes ideology, cuts, and fear tactics, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, the government has made the battery sector a priority in terms of development, and we are seeing results with the creation of hundreds of millions in investments in thousands of well-paid jobs. Can the Prime Minister inform the House of the progress that has been achieved? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I want to thank the member for Laval-les-Îles for his important question and his hard work. While the Conservative leader doesn't even believe in climate change, we are taking steps with historic investments in the electrification of cars. So we are investing every day in talent and workers from here. And it's working, Mr. Speaker. Canada is today the leader, the world leader in the manufacturing of lithium-ion batteries, while the Conservative leader would cut those investments. We are proud to invest in Canada and Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 8 years since this costly Prime Minister took office, but it was 2 years ago that he signed a deal with the NDP leader where in the latter promised that it would bring more affordable food. Since that time, the NDP and Liberals have helped raise food prices by 20%. Their favorite inflationary instrument is the carbon tax. Now they plan to quadruple the carbon tax on the farmer who produces the food and the trucker who ships the food, and therefore all who buy the food. The Canada's food professor is calling for a cap on the carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister cancel his 23% carbon tax hike for April 1st?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, once again, we heard in Parliamentary Committee yesterday absolutely no evidence, no data to support the Leader of the Opposition's contention that the price on pollution impacts on grocery prices. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, our price on pollution returns 4 times a year more money to 80% 8% of Canadians in the areas where it is in play, then it costs them. That's how we can both fight against climate change and put more money in the pockets of Canadians. The Leader of the Opposition is proposing to take away those 4 times a year rebate checks from Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP also promised affordable housing when they sold out their constituents and signed on to a coalition with the Leader of the Liberals. But since that time, the rent is up well over 20% as they fund more bureaucracy to block homes and deficits that drive up interest rates, so much so that Tim Chen, a student in Vancouver, actually needs to commute to university from Calgary. Yes, he has to fly back to Calgary where he can afford the rent under a Conservative government, and then fly over to Vancouver in a commute in order to study. Mr. Speaker, how crazy is it that you have to commute across?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition likes to talk about the challenges Canadians are facing, and while we're busy solving them, he's proposing nonsensical solutions. Let's talk about the Conservative Leader's housing plan. It won't build homes fast enough, it doesn't reach enough cities, and it creates unnecessary bureaucracy. He'll also rip up our housing accelerator agreements, which are unlocking 500,000 new homes, and he'd put the GST back on apartment construction. Housing experts like Mike Moffat say his plan is exceptional, weak, and a sign that, quote, the Conservatives don't understand the scale of the housing crisis. We'll take no less.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the results speak for themselves. When I was the housing minister, rent was $950. It's now over $2,000. When I was the housing minister, the average mortgage payment on a newly purchased home was $1,400. It's now over $3,500. And my common sense plan would require cities permit 15% more home building as a condition of getting federal money, require they build housing around transit stations rather than having empty fields there, and sell off 6,000 federal buildings and thousands of acres of federal land to build. Why won't he build homes instead of building bureaucracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The reality is Canadians just can't trust Conservatives and their attacks and their talking points. Why? Because an active, paid lobbyist is the one giving them all their advice on how to win their campaign. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the big business and money behind the Conservative Party is once again driving their agenda as they propose cuts to vulnerable Canadians, underinvestments in housing, and no solutions to the very real challenges Canadians are facing. They're in the pocket of big business, as evidenced by Jenny Burns' work for Loblaws.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, after months of debate in this House, albeit without the support of a single member of the Conservative Party, we voted to advance the new Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. President Zelensky and the thousands of Canadian Ukrainians I represent in my riding of Winnipeg South Centre expect our government to be there for them, and we have been every step of the way. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians why this deal is important for Ukraine and Canada, and will he reaffirm Canada's unwavering support for our ally as it fights to defend the interests of democracies around the world? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the President of Ukraine asked us for a modernized Ukrainian free trade deal with Canada that would deal with investments, digital services, a range of things that are necessary for Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery from the war. The Conservative leader yesterday again shamelessly strong-armed his MPs representing Ukrainian communities to betray them and play straight into Putin's hands. On this side, Mr. Speaker, the members for Winnipeg South Centre, Etobicoke Centre, Kingston the Islands, University Rosedale, Winnipeg South, Markham Thornhill, Scarborough Southwest, Anticartierville, and the entire Liberal caucus stood up.
The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians spend over $1 billion out of their own pocket on mental health services every year. And with the cost of everything only going up, Canadians are making the difficult choice. Do I put food on the table or go get the therapy I need? The Liberals promised $4.5 billion in mental health funding, but they're still well over $1 billion short, even with the bilateral agreements. Our communities need support, and it can't be left to Conservative premiers. So will the Prime Minister commit commit to delivering direct mental health funding to community-based mental health organizations in the upcoming budget?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm certain that the member for Courtenay Alberta is not proposing that we work around the outstanding government of the province of British Columbia. We're working hand in hand with them to deliver mental health services across the country with our historic health accords worth $200 billion that include significant transfers for mental health and accountability so Canadians can see real results. We are moving forward on stepping up on making sure that Canadians have proper access to mental health care, but we will do it in partnership with the provinces who want to and with clear data from the provinces who are resistant. We need to make sure we're delivering mental health right across the country.
The Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, whistleblower information from HSBC documents show rampant mortgage fraud by people using fake high salaries from fake jobs in China to get mortgages and buy houses in Canada. How is it possible for a person with no income to buy 4 houses? These frauds fuel real estate bubbles, and they support FinTrack findings on Chinese money laundering and Canadian real estate. How can the Prime Minister make housing more available and affordable when fraudsters are buying up multiple homes? Why is his government ignoring the damage created by money laundering and mortgage fraud in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, we reinforced and extended our foreign home buyers ban to make sure that homes in Canada are used by Canadians to live in, not as investment vehicles for foreign entities or foreign owners. This is part of our broad plan that invests in more housing, that increases supply, and ensures that families are able to afford the future they want to build for their kids in their communities right across the country. We're stepping up on housing. We will continue to do so while the Conservatives have no plan.
Right.
I wish to draw to the attention of members in the presence of the gallery of Mr. Ville Tavio, Minister for Foreign Trade and Development for Finland. In addition, in recognition of Black History Month, I also wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of Zanana Akande, the first Black woman to serve as a cabinet minister in Canada. Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe, or at least I hope, Mr. Speaker, you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, for today's sitting, the ordinary hour of daily adjournment shall be midnight, and after 6:30 p.m. no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and when no member wishes to speak on the motion for a second reading stage of Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, number 2, or at midnight, whichever is earlier, the debate on the said motion shall be deemed adjourned. The House shall adjourn until the next sitting day, and the debate pursuant to Standing Order 38 shall not take place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. There is no unanimous consent. Point of order, the honourable member from Caribou, Kamloops Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Now, during question period, the Prime Minister said people just don't leave on house arrest and steal a vehicle. Well, I would like to table
I already heard the no's coming from members. No, I heard no. Comme il est 15h21.
It being 3:21, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Finance concerning the extension of time to consider Bill C-323, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, Mental Health Services. Call in the members.
They're calling me. All right, tout le monde est bien? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. That the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, extension of time, pursuant to Standing Order 97-1, to consider Bill C-323, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, Mental Health Services, presented on Monday, February 5th, 2024, be concurred in.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Posé. Madame
Chabot.
Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Oui.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris. Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Dedtel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Lansman.
Ms. Lansman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefield Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McGuinty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor.
Mr. McGuinty, yay pour.
Quelqu'un d'autre en chambre qui a eu des problèmes?
Is there anyone else who experienced technical difficulties? No?
I'll compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 212-212. Nays contre, 114-114.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Uppal relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Uppal, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moves that given that after 8 years of soft on crime policies, this Prime Minister has created the auto theft crisis. May I dispense? I didn't think so, but I thought I'd ask. 2, according to the Liberal government's own news release, auto theft in Toronto is up 300% since 2015. And Statistics Canada data shows auto theft is up 190%. In Moncton, 122%. In Ottawa-Gatineau, 106% in Montreal, 62% in Winnipeg, and since 2015, 3, selon le journal.
3, according to the Journal de Montréal, the Port of Montreal, a major hub for stolen vehicles to be shipped out of Canada, only has 5 Canada Border Service Agency agents to inspect the 580,000 containers that leave the port each year. One law enforcement saying CBSA has no resources to check the containers. They check less than 1% of containers. 4, it is the responsibility of the federal government to reduce auto theft as the primary prevention tools, including the Criminal Code, the RCMP, the CBSA, and our port systems, which are the federal government's jurisdiction.
5, the increase in auto theft is costing Canadian drivers as insurance premiums are increasing, and in Ontario, insurance companies are able to increase premiums by 25% this year. 6, a report by Equity estimates $1 billion in vehicle theft were claimed paid out in 2022, and these costs are being passed down to drivers. In order to stop crime and reduce auto theft, to lower insurance premiums, and the House calling the government to A, immediately reverse changes to the Liberal government made on their soft on crime bill C5 that allows for car stealing criminals to be on house arrest instead of jail. B, strengthen criminal code provisions to ensure repeat car stealing criminals remain in jail. And C, provide the CBSA and our ports with the resources that they need to prevent stolen cars from leaving the country. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Melted.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Zoidminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr.
Morrison. Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Pardon me. Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Chagger.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Miss Ian.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Ms. Jasek.
Miss Jazek.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fautier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpack.
Mr. McDonald Malpack.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlow.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And I see Mr. McGuinty once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure what the problem is, but I vote against. We're working on the app.
Mr. McGuinty, nay, contre.
Anybody else? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 179, 179.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Steinle to the motion to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Barlow, seconded by Ms. Rood, moved that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Tuesday, June 13, 2023, be concurred in. The amendment. Mr. Steinle, seconded by Mr. Couric, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. Quote, the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Tuesday, June 13, 2023, be now not concurred in, and that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with instruction that it amend the same so as to, A, take in consideration that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, has been amended by the Senate in a way that will prevent farmers from getting a carbon tax carve-out for drying grain, or grain drying, barn heating, and other farm operations. And that since the Parliamentary Budget Officer has made clear that this bill, in its original form, would save Canadian farmers $1 billion by 2030, reducing the cost of food for Canadian families currently struggling to afford groceries, and B, recommend that the House adopt the motion rejecting the Senate amendments as soon as possible. End of quote. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinle.
Mr. Steinle.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Idlow.
Ms. Idlow.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
And the House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Valdez.
Mr. Speaker, I vote contre.
Contre. Anybody else with technical difficulties? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 211, 211.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Ms. Rood, moves that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Tuesday, June 13, 2023 be concurred in. La période de
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albutaif.
Mr. Albutaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Manjumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Back to Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
McPherson.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
House will now wait for electronic. Oh, sorry. All those opposed to the motion will please rise. We'll now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Nobody there? Nobody in the chamber? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 328, 328. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion number M75 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Fonseca. The question is as follows. Mr. Fonseca, seconded by Mr. Baker, moved that A, the House recognize the significant contributions Polish Canadians have made to Canadian society, economy, politics, and culture, and the importance of educating Canadians of all ages about the core values that Polish Canadians have imparted to the strength and diversity of Canada. And B, in the opinion of the House, the government should reflect upon Polish heritage for future generations and designate May 3rd of every year as Polish Constitution Day and the month of May every year as Polish Heritage Month. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Oh, in the 5th row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Catherine Mélanger.
Monsieur Elkoury.
4th row.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième Mélanger.
3rd row.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
2nd row.
Miss Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Premier Ranger à ma droite.
Monsieur
1st row on my right.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
5e Mélanger à ma gauche.
5th row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
4th row at my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Third row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Bien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Albultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlow.
First row at my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Polius.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, fourth, third, second, first row. The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, and I'll use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Most of them online. Anybody run into the chamber? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 328, 328. Nays contre, none, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-352 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Singh, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that C-352, an act to amend the Competition Act and the Competition Tribunal Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Thank you, Mélanger.
Fifth Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Fourth row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posey.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Louis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row. In the fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Fourth row.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Where are you at there? Fourth row at my left. Third row at my right. Second row at my right.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row at my right.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the 6th row, the 5th row, in the 4th row, troisième rangée,
3rd row,
deuxième
2nd row,
première rangée.
1st row.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Field.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Rangée.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Yakono.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Rangée.
3rd row.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Et à ma droite.
2nd row at my left.
Carpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Première rangée.
1st row.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Nobody online, nobody ran in. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 178, 178. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology.
Oh, great.
La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M86 under private members' business in the name of Ms. Barron.
The question is as follows. Ms. Barron, seconded Mr. Blakely, moves that A, the House recognize that I, representative democracy is a fundamental part of Canadian society. 2, in Canada's current electoral system, the majority of voters cast ballots for a candidate who does not get elected, and many voters feel that election results do not accurately reflect their views. 3, at a Leger poll conducted in September 2020, showed that 80% of Canadians support the idea of striking a nonpartisan independent citizens' assembly on electoral reform. 4, many Canadians are concerned with the health of Canada's democracy, including voter distrust and disengagement, low voter turnout, and the polarization of politics. May I dispense? No? Yes. Yes? I'm hearing no's. 5, all politicians and all parties are widely perceived by the public to have a vested interest in the design of the electoral system. 6, citizens' assemblies have considerable legitimacy and public trust because they are independent, nonpartisan representative bodies of citizens. 7, citizen assemblies have been used successfully in Canada, Australia, Belgium, France, Ireland, Scotland, and the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom to tackle difficult issues through nuanced public deliberations. 8, a citizens' assembly on electoral reform would give citizens a leadership role in building consensus on specific model for electoral reform for Canada. And B, in the opinion of the House, the government should create a Canadian Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform, which would, I, consist of citizens selected by sorortion and an impartial selection process to ensure the Assembly's independence and non-partisanship. 2, reflect the diversity of Canadian population, including a representation and meaningful participation of age groups, genders, ethnicities, languages, socioeconomic backgrounds, and geographic regions, including from First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. 3, determine if electoral reform is recommended for Canada, and if so, recommend specific measures that would foster a healthier democracy. La période de 10 minutes pour les
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
We will now proceed for members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. In the 6th row.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Thank you, Mélanger.
5th row.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
4th row.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
3rd row.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
2nd row.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
1st row at my left.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Cinquième ménager.
Fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Second row.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Order. Order. Only got a few more to go. All those at my right opposed to the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
All those at my left in the fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Miss Rampel Gardner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Third row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Bien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Deuxième ménager à my
Second row.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albultaev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
first row.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lois Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Fifth row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Troisième rangée.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Second row.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelage.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
First row at my right.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. And I don't see anybody's hand up. Nobody ran into the chamber. Well, the table will now compile the results of the vote, and I'm going to have to listen closely.
Yeas pour 102, 102. Nays contre 218, 218.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House
that due to the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 89 minutes.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam on housing, and the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill on foreign affairs. Daily routine of business, affaire courante ordinaire. Dépôt.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
I have the honor to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Bill C-40, an act to amend the Criminal Code to make consequential amendments to other acts and to repeal a regulation, miscarriage of justice reviews. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Presenting reports from committees.
Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities in relation to Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Présentation.
Thank you. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities concerning Bill C-33, an act to amend the Customs Act, the Railway Safety Act, the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, the Marine Transportation Security Act, the Canada Transportation Act, and the Canada Marine Act, and to make a consequential amendment to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anything else under presenting reports from committees? No. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise once again and present a petition whereas employment insurance, maternity, and parental benefits provide parents with critical financial support while they care for and bond with a new child. Having a parent at home longer in the critical first year of a child's life or placement within a family better supports healthy attachment and the well-being of the child. Adoptive and intended parents are at a disadvantage under the current EI system. Bill C-318 delivers equitable access to parental leave for adoptive and intended parents, and the Speaker of the House of Commons has ruled that the passage of Bill C-318 requires a royal recommendation. We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to support adoptive and intended parents by providing a royal recommendation for Bill C-318, which is just presented to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Presenting of petitions, présentation of pétition, the Honourable Member for, King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, you'll agree with me that in King's Hands, volunteer fire departments pose a really important role in our communities, and we saw this throughout the last summer in terms of the role that they play. I stand here today presenting a petition on behalf of supporters, friends, and ultimately firefighters from the firefighters of Hantsport, Kings County, Milford, and Waterville, and they are petitioning the government to support Bill C-310, which proposes to move the volunteer tax credit from $3,000 to $10,000. It is a private member's bill that I support. We've seen the impacts across the country as a result of forest fires, as a result of extreme weather. Our volunteer firefighters are extremely important, and I'm pleased to present this petition on their behalf today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not that I'm supposed to clarify anything, but Waterville is in the beautiful constituency of West Nova. Presenting a petition, President Alcia Petition, the honourable for Dauphin Swan River Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 29th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The NDP Liberal government has done nothing while the rural community of Swan River has been terrorized by the wave of crime that has never used to exist in this small town of Manitoba. And yet the Liberals give the same copy and paste statements to the people of Swan River with no real solution in sight. Rural communities like Swan River are petitioning this Liberal government for a tough-on-crime approach. They are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders to stop the crime. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Ending of petitions, President Alcia Petition, the honourable member Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, you won't be surprised I'm tabling another petition in support of the volunteer firefighters and search and rescue personnel from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. Over 165 communities have sent in petitions representing every single party and a rural riding in this House, Mr. Speaker. They're calling for the firefighter tax credit to be increased from $3,000 to $10,000. This is the least the government can do to support fire departments and search and rescue for retention, to show search and rescue and volunteer firefighter volunteer personnel that they matter, Mr. Speaker, and that we value the work that they do and the sacrifice of their communities and their employers and their communities to ensure that they can get out and protect people in rural Canada. Mr. Speaker, I hope that all members in this House will support Bill C-310 and support the efforts of the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, who've been working very hard to get support for this bill. Thank you.
Ending of petitions, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'll be presenting two petitions. The first is members of my community who wanted to express their opinions with respect to medical assistance in dying. The second petition that I have is from my constituents who care greatly about the climate crisis and are supporting the implementation of strong clean electricity regulations along with federal funding, affordability measures, and complementary policies to support an emissions-free grid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to present a petition which deals around mental illness and MAID. And the petitioners say that mental illness is a complex and can include suicidal thoughts and symptoms, and that people really should be provided treatment and support and not offered MAID. So I want to present that petition.
Presentation petition, the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to table petition E4576, which was signed by 7,610 people. The petitioners recognize in the preamble that the Island Corridor Foundation is a non-profit partnership governed by 14 First Nations and 5 island regional districts. They also recognize that the population of Vancouver Island is expected to grow to 1 million people by the year 2030, and that expanding the congested highways on Vancouver Island is quite problematic. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, they are calling on the Government of Canada to work with dedicated resources and with a nation-to-nation approach to reconcile and resolve long-standing First Nations concerns with certain sections of the Island Corridor. They want to see the Government of Canada create a $1 billion fund to foment the development of the Island Corridor. They want to see that the Island Corridor Foundation as a non-profit partnership that is very much in the public interest. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to apply the funding to create a modern freight and passenger service on Vancouver Island to retain and develop the strategic asset that was recognized by the BC and federal ministers of transportation and infrastructure on the 14th of March 2023. Thank you so much.
Presenting petitions, Presentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Stanage Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to present a petition that's signed by the firefighting force within my riding of the very small island of Piers Island, where the fire truck is the only internal combustion engine on the entire island. The firefighters, the volunteer firefighters of Piers Island have asked me to present this petition in support of the private member's bill of the Honourable Member from Courtenay Alberni that has been spoken of a number of times this afternoon. Volunteer firefighters account for 71% of Canada's total firefighting first responders. And we have right now a good step, a step in the right direction that we supported at the time, of a $3,000 tax credit for volunteer firefighters. Bill C-310 is supported by the petitioners, asking that those volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteer services have that grown from a $3,000 to $10,000 tax credit. I'm proud to present this petition, and I urge this Parliament and this House to get behind it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, Presentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Adoptive and intended parents are at a disadvantage under the current EI system here in Canada, and all parents, it doesn't matter, are deserving of equal access to parental leave benefits. So Bill C-318 delivers equitable access to parental leave for adoptive and attended parents, and the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to support adoptive and intended parents by providing a royal recommendation to Bill C-318. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, Canadians are very much passionate and care deeply about health care in Canada. The backbone to that system, of course, is our health care workers. In particular, this petition is dealing with our nurses at the many different levels. And what they're asking for, in essence, Mr. Speaker, is to recognize the valuable contributions they do, whether it's through enhancements of salaries, to credentials being recognized, to incentives, to the type of workload that they're having to experience. In general, Mr. Speaker, what they're looking for is governments at all different levels, whether it's provincial or federal, to be more proactive in supporting our nurses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation de pétition. No. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And the notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Je pense que l'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie had a point of order. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back to the question of privilege raised by the member of Regina Capel about the invitation of the Ukrainian war veteran in September 2023. I join with the official opposition House leaders. I join with him to restore the facts. In the Globe and Mail, we learned that the Prime Minister's cabinet had invited Yaroslav, the SS unit veteran, to the House of Commons when Zelensky visited in September 2023. So the Prime Minister invited this gentleman to a reception that very evening in Toronto at the Fort York mess. The invitation had been sent 4 days prior by the Office of Protocol. But in the week following President Zelensky's visit, the Prime Minister blamed the Speaker of the House and completely exonerated himself, absolved himself of all responsibility. He said that the Speaker was the one and only person responsible for inviting and paying tribute to this ex-Nazi, Yaroslav Honka. And he said we all recognize that this was a huge error in judgment by the Speaker of the House of Commons. That's what the Prime Minister said. He also said that the House of Commons invited an individual without apparently doing any research on Google, but it was not up to the government of the day to veto people that the Speaker or members of the official party invite to the chamber. The Speaker at the time took full responsibility for the situation and decided to step down. 2 weeks ago, in an interview with CTV Northern Ontario, he explained that the PMO, in fact, authorizes invitations to major events on the Hill, as was the case for President Zelensky's visit in September. Here's what he said, the former Speaker. Normally, the invitation goes to PMO, and they comb through it with a fine-tooth comb, and then the invitation is sent by protocol. The procedure and practice of the House is a question of privilege. Why is there a question of privilege? Well, because according to House of Commons procedure and practice, when the House is misled, there is a question of privilege by one of its members, whether it's a simple member, a minister, or the Prime Minister. On September 27, 2023, what the Prime Minister said meets all three criteria under previous rulings by Speakers of the House in similar situations. First of all, the Prime Minister's statements were misleading because they implied that the Prime Minister and his office did not know this individual and that they had nothing to do with his invitation to the House. All opposition parties tried to find out what role PMO played in this, and the Prime Minister potentially, when President Zelensky visited. So, on the facts, PMO itself, on behalf of the Prime Minister, had invited this former Ukrainian veteran who was with the SS unit. The PMO invited this individual to a soiree in Toronto that same day. And it's also what the Prime Minister said is also misleading because the invitation was in the Prime Minister's own name on his behalf. And third, you can only conclude that the Prime Minister intended to mislead the House because he had every reason to hope at a time when all eyes were on the Canadian Parliament. It was unthinkable that he should blame someone other than himself. And when the Prime Minister apologized in September, he said this was a terrible desecration of the memory of millions of people who died in the Holocaust, and that was hurtful to LGBT individuals, people with disabilities, racialized people, Jews, and Poles, and other people persecuted by the Nazis. That shows how seriously the Prime Minister took this situation. Anyone in his shoes should have wanted to dissociate themselves from this situation and to pass the buck. So the Bloc is of the view that there is a prima facie breach of parliamentary privilege, and in our view, this should be referred to the House and Procedure Affairs Committee to be studied. Thank you. Thank you for that intervention.
Hey. Oh, we go there. We have the honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. On point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. In the votes this afternoon that took place, I happened to accidentally miss the final vote. My vote didn't register, and I would ask for unanimous consent that my vote on private member's motion M86 be recorded as a nay. That would be appreciated.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2. Ms. Sachs for Mr. Holland, seconded by another member moves that Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate.
Of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak today about Bill C-62. This is a sensitive subject to so many and very personal for so many around the country, and we've debated much of the core issues, but today really we're talking about the legislation which proposes to extend the temporary exclusion of eligibility for medical assistance in dying for persons suffering solely from a mental illness by 3 years until the date of March 17th, 2027. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. The question we are debating today is not whether mental illness can cause irremediable and intolerable suffering on par with that of physical illnesses. We know that it can, and that is not up for debate. But we must proceed cautiously, Mr. Speaker, and we must get this right. We must ensure that the appropriate measures are in place across this country to affirm and protect our most vulnerable. We've heard significant concerns from partners, from provinces and territories, and from the medical community regarding healthcare system preparedness. In its latest report, tabled on January 29th of this year, the Special Joint Committee on MAID found that while considerable progress has been made in preparing for the expansion of eligibility for persons suffering solely from a mental illness, an additional delay is needed to ensure that the healthcare system can safely provide MAID in these types of complex cases. These concerns must be addressed before we can move forward with extending eligibility to persons whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. And while that critical work is happening, we must also take action to ensure that vulnerable people are protected. Unless Bill C-62 is passed by March 17, 2024, the exclusion of eligibility for MAID will be automatically repealed. That means individuals suffering solely from mental illness could be eligible to receive MAID on that date without the system being ready. Mr. Speaker, although progress has been made to support the safe assessment and provision of MAID in complex cases, now is not the time to extend this exclusion, as highlighted by the letter we received from provinces and territories. Over the past few years, the Government of Canada has been collaborating closely and carefully with partners to support the implementation of MAID. We have taken a compassionate and careful approach to this in our support of the safe assessment of MAID in complex cases, and including where the sole and underlying medical condition is a mental illness. I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight some of the key areas of progress that have been made. As required under former Bill C-7, we appointed an independent expert panel with a mandate to provide recommendations on protocol guidance and safeguards to apply to requests for MAID made by persons whose sole medical condition is a mental illness. The final report, tabled by the expert panel in the spring of 2022, included 19 recommendations for governments and health system partners to support the safe expansion of MAID for persons suffering only from a mental illness. The panel noted that the recommendations would benefit all complex Track 2 MAID assessments and provisions, even those where mental illness was not a factor. At the same time, the Special Joint Committee on MAID was also studying the question and concluded that at that time they believed that additional work was needed before moving ahead. Both the reports by Ahmad and the expert panel highlighted the importance of education and training, consistent professional guidance, enhanced data and analysis, meaningful Indigenous engagement, and strong oversight. Our government has taken these recommendations very seriously, Mr. Speaker, and has worked diligently to advance them. In September 2022, Health Canada convened an independent group made of clinical, legal, and regulatory experts to develop model MAID practice standards based on the expert panel's recommendations. Its mandate was to create resources that could be used by regulators to operationalize the expert panel's guidance with respect to complex MAID cases, including those based on mental illness alone. The task group's efforts resulted in a model practice standard for MAID and a companion document, Advice to the Profession, which were both published in March 2023. To date, the majority of provinces and territories have indicated their practice standards for MAID have been updated or are in the process of being reviewed using these materials as a guide. The supporting Advice to the Profession document is being used to support and inform regulatory bodies, public authorities, and health professional organizations, and is intended to support a consistent and safe approach to MAID practice across Canada. In addition, Health Canada has been working closely with the Canadian Association of MAID Assessors and Providers, also known as CAMAP, on a number of key activities to support preparedness among practitioners. Among these include funding the development of a nationally accredited bilingual MAID curriculum to support access to high-quality MAID training and a standardized approach to care across the country, while recognizing differences in the delivery of healthcare services among provinces and territories does exist. As of the end of January, more than 1,100 clinicians have already registered with CAMAP to take the training. We supported a knowledge exchange workshop on MAID and mental disorders that took place in June 2023. The workshop brought together MAID assessors and providers and psychiatrists from across the country to discuss the assessment of MAID requests based on mental illness alone and to build a network for ongoing knowledge exchange and inform future practice. Additional knowledge exchange sessions are being planned for May 2024 and 2025 to support ongoing interjurisdictional lesson sharing and clinical guidance for complex case assessment, including for mental illness as a sole underlying condition. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the question of eligibility criteria for MAID, we must consider all situations and all outcomes. While important work has indeed been done, we have heard clearly from our partners that they need to have sufficient time to implement these safeguards and to address capacity concerns that are expected to result from the expansion. As my honourable colleague, Minister of Justice, has pointed out, we are trying to calibrate two fundamental ideas here: the autonomy of the individual in terms of dignified decisions about the timing of their own passing, coupled with protecting vulnerable communities and vulnerable individuals. As the deadline to lift the exclusion of eligibility for mental illness approaches, calls to further extend this deadline have grown louder. We understand from our engagement and outreach with health stakeholders that there are varying levels of readiness to manage and assess requests for MAID where the sole medical condition is a mental illness. All provinces and territories have indicated that they are not yet ready to move forward. More work needs to be done. On January 29th, the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying tabled its most recent report examining the degree of preparedness for the safe application of MAID for persons whose sole underlying condition is a mental illness. While recognizing the considerable progress that has been made in preparing for the expected expansion of eligibility, the committee recommended an additional delay to ensure that the healthcare system can safely provide MAID in these types of complex cases. I want to be clear. I understand that suffering from mental illness is just as real, just as serious as suffering from a physical illness. That is why we provided a clear timeline of 3 years before lifting of the exclusion that provinces and territories and our healthcare partners can continue to work towards, and a firm commitment for parliamentarians to evaluate the progress after 2 years. So that work will continue in earnest, and we can be assured that all the necessary measures are in place to move forward safely. Mr. Speaker, I understand there will be people who have suffered over many years without finding relief, for whom may be a serious consideration based on deep and personal reflection, and this new development may truly be distressing for them. And I want to say this to them: we are committed to moving forward, but we must do so in the most compassionate, responsible, and prudent way possible. The system needs to be ready, and we need to get this right. And it's clear from the conversations we have had that the system at this time is not ready. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we worked hard to make sure that the necessary supports are in place for practitioners and our provincial and territorial partners to permit the expansion of MAID eligibility to people whose sole condition is a mental illness. But they have also been clear. More time is needed to prepare, and that is why we are proposing this 3-year extension. The availability of nationally accredited training modules for MAID assessors and providers will help ensure that providers are clear on the requirements of the legislation and good clinical practice. However, it is going to take some time for individual physicians and nurse practitioners to integrate and internalize these practice standards. Provincial and territorial regulatory bodies need to complete the work associated with updating standards, and they need to ensure healthcare clinicians have the training to ensure a safe and consistent assessment before the MAID eligibility is expanded through the lifting of mental illness as an exclusion. Existing assessment and support mechanisms also need to be examined and revised to ensure that the robust measures needed for these types of complex requests are in place. On that point, we are committed to continuing to support the provinces and territories and health system partners to further strengthen and improve mental health care services and supports, data collection to better understand who is requesting MAID and why, and appropriate support and oversight for practitioners. While the management and delivery of health services, including MAID, is an area of provincial and territorial responsibility, the provinces and territories have been regularly engaged through a working group to facilitate information sharing and collaboration on MAID implementation. Through this group, provinces and territories have been and continue to be engaged in the work on the federally led model practice standards and are working collaboratively with all of us on all aspects of MAID. The government has also made significant investments to support the provinces and territories in the delivery of mental health services. Just a few examples. Budget 2023 confirmed the government's commitment to invest close to $200 billion over 10 years, starting in 2023-2024, to improve health care for all Canadians. This includes $25 billion to provinces and territories through tailored bilateral agreements focused on 4 key priorities, including improving access to mental health and substance use services and the integration of these services in all other priorities. This is in addition to the $5 billion committed in 2017 to support mental health and substance use services. Our government has also invested more than $175 million to support the implementation and operation of 988, which will provide people across the country with access to immediate and safe support for suicide prevention and emotional distress. As MAID continues to evolve, we need to ensure that accurate information is available to the public by providing clear information. We also take the concerns raised by those who might face systemic disadvantages very seriously. That is why we have expanded data collection on MAID to provide a better understanding of who is accessing MAID and why, including the collection of data on race, Indigenous identity, and disability. We can only address potential risks if we can uncover them. We are continuing to engage with Indigenous peoples through both Indigenous-led and government-led activities to better understand their perspectives on MAID. This will culminate in a What We Heard report in 2025. This will support transparency, Mr. Speaker, provide insight into how the legislation is working, and maintain public trust in how MAID is accessed and delivered in Canada. Finally, both the expert panel on MAID and mental illness and the Special Joint Parliamentary Committee highlighted the importance of case review mechanisms and oversight to support the safe assessment and provision of MAID. Most provinces and territories already have systems in place to do this work, but we understand that more can be done. We are working with the provinces and territories to explore enhanced models of case review and oversight, and in particular for more complex MAID requests to support consistency and quality assurance across the country. Mr. Speaker, I understand that medical assistance in dying is a complex issue about which there are deeply held beliefs and opinions. And I understand the concerns that have been raised with regard to the expansion of eligibility for MAID to include circumstances where the persons whose sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness. It would give medical practitioners more time to become familiar with available training and supports, while providing time for the public to become more aware of the robust safeguards and processes in place. The Government of Canada has also committed to a joint parliamentary committee to undertake a comprehensive review within 2 years after the Act receives royal assent. This measure will further serve to examine progress made by provinces, territories, and partners in achieving overall healthcare system readiness. In the meantime, our government will continue to work with the provinces and territories to support ongoing improvements of this system, to continue to ensure that our laws protect those who may be vulnerable, reflect the needs of the people of Canada, and support autonomy and freedom of choice. That is why, after much deliberation, we have introduced Bill C-62 to extend the temporary exclusion of eligibility for MAID for persons suffering solely from a mental illness to March 17, 2027. To put it simply, Madam Speaker, we need more time to get this right. I urge all members of this House to support C-62.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Fundy Wild. God, I'm proud of myself.
On review of evidence, the Board of Directors of the Society of Canadian Psychiatry believes the process leading to the planned 2024 MAID for mental illness expansion was flawed, insufficiently responsive to evidence-based cautions, and resulted in a lack of safeguards. They are causing on this expansion not to be paused for 3 years, to be paused indefinitely without qualification and that any implementation can be safely introduced at any arbitrary predetermined date. And they urge that it not be driven by ideological advocates. Why is the minister and why is this government continuing to press on when the experts have spoken and we should not be moving forward in this dangerous direction? It should be paused indefinitely.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, and I'll thank the member for his question, and I will acknowledge that there are many different opinions that have been shared on this view by many different experts. As a matter of fact, some of the members of the Special Joint Committee who are going to be participating in the debate we're having tonight. But we have to be clear, this is not a matter of if. We are debating when. We have recognized, and it has been recognized, and it is not up for debate, that suffering from mental illness, when it is irremediable and continued and is impacting the quality of life of the individual, that they have the right and the dignity to make choices with their health practitioners. The expert panel noted that there were differing opinions on this and that there were concerns, but I have to say, Madam Speaker, that when we are debating this tonight, it's not about arrogance. It's about having compassion and understanding the right to an individual's choice and dignity when they are in deep, prolonged, ongoing suffering. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Yes, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for her speech. I was pleasantly surprised that she said, right off the bat, that this is not about questioning the existence of permanent mental illnesses which cannot be cured. The Conservatives do, in fact, feel that way, but the Liberals don't. But I'd be worried if I were her, because since 2015, every time we've debated MAID, we're unable to reach a consensus because Conservatives are always against it. How is it possible that the Conservatives could agree with this bill? Because, in fact, they agree with it because they do want to put this off indefinitely. They don't want to help those who are suffering from incurable mental illnesses. But a year ago, we were told that the extension would be 1 year, but now the extension is 3 years. And there might be a Conservative government at that point. And I believe that the minister knows full well that we do need to legislate. The Honourable Minister. I thank my colleague for the question.
Madam Speaker, this is why we have put a very set timeline on this. We took the expert panel recommendations. There were 19 recommendations set in that report, which included system readiness and a comprehensive set of modules for teammate assessors across the country to be able to do this work safely and compassionately. Madam Speaker, that is the work that we've done in terms of the implementation. 1,100 practitioners, including physicians and nurse practitioners, have participated in these training modules. But we've also been working with regulatory bodies. We want to make sure that there is a quality and standard of care across the country that sees people in their suffering, especially when they are vulnerable, especially when mental illness as a disorder can cause such suffering and such harm over years in a prolonged period of time. We are very sensitive to the concerns of the member, and we are setting clear guardrails on the timelines for this.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we need to have a reminder of why we are in the situation that we are in. I was here in the 43rd Parliament when Bill C-7 was being debated. I remember very clearly the government's original charter statement, which included its rationale for excluding mental disorders as a sole underlying medical condition. I thought the charter statement was quite reasonable. But we're in this situation because when the C-7 went to the Senate, for some inexplicable reason at the 11th hour, the government did a complete 180 and accepted the Senate amendment. They changed the law before the hard work had been done. Now, I've been a member of the Special Joint Committee from the get-go, and on that committee, we feel like we have been playing a game of catch-up ever since, having to do the work, racing against an arbitrary timeline. That's why you see letters from 7 out of 10 provinces in all 3 territories asking for an indefinite pause. So I hope the minister can take some responsibility, the Liberal government can take responsibility for putting Parliament in this position. And I'd also like her to comment on the fact that there are so many populations, whether in rural or remote communities or in our urban centres, who simply cannot get the mental health care that they need. And when is her government going to step up to the plate, start servicing communities like mine in Cowichan, Malahat Langford, and from coast to coast to coast, because that is a huge problem that really needs to be addressed, I think, before we entertain any kind of a change to the law. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague for the question. And he and I are in lockstep in understanding how important a robust and integrated set of mental health services and those who use substance services must be available within health jurisdictions throughout the country. And that's why, Madam Speaker, that is exactly why last year we committed to $200 billion to improve the health of Canadians. That is exactly why there are bilateral agreements that are tied to our 4 key principles, which include mental health. Provinces have to ensure that their work plans as part of their agreements show a clear commitment to providing mental health services and substance use services for those who are struggling with those disorders. That being said, Madam Speaker, we also want to make sure that our healthcare systems, when it comes to MAID, have the level of system readiness, consistency, and quality assurances across the country. We don't want a pick-and-choose system. We want to make sure that our most vulnerable are safe, and that those who make this decision are doing it not only to acknowledge the dignity.
To give the opportunity for further questions, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the beginning of her speech, the Minister stated that irremediability is not up for debate. Respectfully, it is the core of the debate about whether MAID can be expanded in cases where mental disorders are the sole underlying condition. And the overwhelming evidence from leading experts, including psychiatrists, is that it is difficult, if not impossible, to determine irremediability. That was the conclusion of the government's own expert panel at page 9 of the report. The Special Joint Committee heard evidence that clinicians could get it wrong 50% of the time. In other words, it's like flipping a coin. Flipping a coin with people's lives. Is the minister comfortable with that risk?
The Honourable Minister.
I will thank the member for his question, but I will remind him that we can't speculate on treatment. Treatment is something that a patient decides with their healthcare provider. There is a lengthy process and of assessments that are done for those who struggle with mental illness. That being said, the criteria in terms of eligibility are crystal clear. It has to be prolonged. It has to be determined irremediable, not only by the patient, but a group of expert assessors, a full assessment of what treatments have been engaged. And I know there's been some debate in the House in the past of, well, what about future treatment and all of that? We are looking at an individual and their prolonged suffering. I would ask the member to really contemplate on, does an individual's own lived experience with prolonged mental illness and the suffering that goes with it not weigh in beyond the experts who haven't walked in their shoes?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here we are again, just as we were last February, faced with an arbitrary deadline set by the Liberals for their radical plan to expand MAID for mental illness, with a Liberal government completely unprepared and therefore needing to bring in 11th hour legislation to extend the implementation deadline that they set in the first place. Madam Speaker, I can't think of another time or another issue in which a government has had to bring in effectively emergency legislation twice to extend a deadline for the implementation of their own law. It's truly shambolic. How did we get into this mess thanks to the Liberals? Well, very simply, what we have across the way is a radical and reckless government, a government that put blind ideology ahead of evidence-based decision-making. That has been the consistent pattern in terms of decisions this government has made with respect to this planned expansion, starting with David Lametti, the former Justice Minister, who accepted a radical Senate amendment back in 2021 to implement MAID for mental illness, and then that set a arbitrary 2-year timeline for implementation. And it should be noted that the charter statement for the bill, in which Lametti accepted that radical Senate amendment, provided a rationale for excluding MAID in cases of mental illness, and the minister at the time said that he was against, and the government was against, MAID for mental illness because there were inherent risks and challenges. Indeed, he was right. But then he suddenly flip-flopped and rammed the amendment through with very little debate, 1.5 days of debate, no parliamentary study, no consultation with experts and affected groups, and no evidence that MAID for mental illness can be implemented safely and appropriately. The Liberals got it completely backwards. Instead of studying the issue first to determine whether this could be implemented safely, they decided to move full steam ahead and study the issue after the fact. Had they approached this matter responsibly, they would have learned very early on that there are significant clinical, legal, and ethical problems with expanding made in cases of mental illness. Among those problems are two fundamental clinical issues. The first is the difficulty of predicting irremediability. In other words, it is difficult to predict whether someone with an underlying mental health condition will not get better. That is problematic in two major ways. One is from the standpoint of the law. Under the criminal code, in order to qualify for MAID, a person must have an irremediable condition. More specifically, an irremediable condition is defined as one in which one has an incurable disease or illness and is in an irreversible state of decline. If it is not possible to accurately determine whether someone with a mental illness is in an irreversible state of decline and will not get better, then from the standpoint of the law, how can MAID for mental illness be carried out within the law? It can't. More significantly, from an ethical standpoint, if it is difficult to predict whether someone will get better, what that means with certainty is that persons who could get better, who could go on to lead a healthy and productive life, will have their life prematurely ended. That was underscored by evidence heard by the Special Joint Committee on MAID, both during its initial study 2 years ago and its more recent study this past fall. Among the evidence that the Special Joint Committee heard is that clinicians can get the prediction around irremediability wrong 50% of the time. In other words, it's like flipping a coin. Flipping a coin with people's lives. Is that a risk that members of this House are prepared to take? When I posed that question to the Minister responsible for mental health, she essentially answered in the affirmative, because she doubled down in her support for an expansion of MAID for mental illness in 3 short years. Flipping a coin, gambling with people's lives, that's what MAID for mental illness will result in. And a second fundamental problem is the difficulty on the part of clinicians in distinguishing a rational request for MAID from one motivated by suicidal ideation. That is underscored by the fact that in 90% of suicide deaths, persons suffer from a diagnosable mental disorder. Not to mention that suicidal thoughts are often a symptom of mental disorders. It's why psychiatrists who appeared before the Special Joint Committee said that it is not possible to distinguish MAID and mental illness from suicide. At the very least, MAID for mental illness significantly blurs the line between suicide prevention and suicide facilitation. It fundamentally changes the character of MAID in transforming it into something akin to state-facilitated suicide. It demonstrates just how far down the slippery slope we have gone under these Liberals. And the minister said that there are robust safeguards in place, that persons with a mental illness would only be able to qualify after years in which they had received treatments in which they were not getting better. Well, that is paraphrasing what she said. Madam Speaker, that is simply not accurate. It's not accurate because no such safeguards are in any legislation put forward by the Liberals. In fact, the expert panel that the Liberals appointed incredibly recommended that there be no additional safeguards. And so, under the MAID expansion, it's simply not accurate that in order to qualify, that one must go through treatments or that they must be suffering over an extended period of time. In fact, the Liberals expressly rejected additional safeguards such as that. Now, Madam Speaker, in the face of those challenges, political challenges, Conservatives called on the Liberals to put an indefinite pause on this expansion. Likewise, in the lead up to the March 2023 deadline for implementation, that arbitrary deadline set by the Liberals, the chairs of psychiatry at all 17 medical schools called on the Liberals to put a pause on this expansion. And what did the Liberals do? Well, essentially they kicked the can down the road. They introduced Bill C-39 that merely extended the deadline for implementation from March of 2023 to March of 2024. In other words, once again, the Liberals put ideology ahead of evidence-based decision-making, making what amounted to a political decision with a new arbitrary deadline. Nearly a year has passed, and where are we today in terms of resolving the fundamental issues and problems with respect to safely implementing MAID for mental illness? The answer is that no progress has been made. Indeed, when the Special Joint Committee heard from psychiatrists, the message was loud and clear: don't move ahead with this, it's not safe, it can't be implemented appropriately, and that the responsible course for the government to take is to acknowledge that they simply got it wrong and to put an indefinite pause on this expansion. It's no surprise that in the face of these challenges, that if there is a professional position or a professional consensus, it is a consensus against this expansion. We saw that last week when a survey from the Ontario Psychiatric Association was released indicating that a full 80% of Ontario psychiatrists don't believe that the healthcare system in Canada can safely implement MAID for mental illness. And last week, 7 health ministers, 7 out of the 10 provinces, plus health ministers from all 3 territories, called on the Liberals to put an indefinite pause on this expansion. And what did the Liberals do in response? Well, once again, they kicked the can down the road with Bill C-62 now before us, defying experts, defying the provinces and territories, and defying common sense. This bill is basically the same bill we were debating a year ago. Instead of a 1-year pause, it provides a 3-year pause, with there being absolutely no evidence to indicate that fundamental clinical problems, including predicting irremediability and distinguishing between a suicidal request versus a rational request can be resolved. And so what we have is a government that saying, forget the evidence. The minister said it's not even up for debate. We don't even want to talk about evidence as part of this issue. Irremediability, forget about it, she basically said. And so we have a Liberal government that is determined to implement this radical policy. That's the bottom line, against a consensus amongst psychiatrists and other advocates, indeed to get an insight into the mindset across the way. The Minister of Health last week in a press conference said that there is a moral imperative to get ready for MAID and mental illness. A moral imperative. A moral imperative to do what? A moral imperative to give up on people who are struggling with mental illness. A moral imperative to offer death through the provision of MAID to persons who are struggling with mental health issues. That's what these Liberals characterize as a moral imperative. I say it speaks to the moral bankruptcy of these Liberals after 8 years of this Prime Minister. And, Madam Speaker, when the Liberals talk about MAID and mental illness, they're always very vague about what they mean. They know that if Canadians knew and fully understood what MAID for mental illness meant, most Canadians would be absolutely appalled. The model practice standard that I believe the minister alluded to, that was prepared by the government's so-called task group of experts, provides that for a mental disorder, that would include anything in the DSM-5. Any condition listed in the DSM-5 is what these Liberals are contemplating as constituting a condition that would qualify someone for MAID in the case of mental illness. And so what are the conditions listed in the DSM-5? They include personality disorders, depression, schizophrenia, issues when persons suffer from and have addictions, challenges. That is what we're talking about when it comes to MAID and mental illness. It is truly repulsive. It's morally bankrupt to the core, and it says everything that Canadians need to know about the values of these Liberals. Madam Speaker, there is only one piece of good news in all of this, and that is that this legislation provides a 3-year pause, and what will happen between now and the expiration of those 3 years is a federal election. And so Canadians will have a choice. They can choose between a Liberal government that wants to provide death to persons who are struggling with mental illness, or they can choose a common-sense conservative government. A common-sense conservative government that won't give up on anyone, that will be committed to offering persons struggling with mental health issues hope and health, and yes, a common-sense conservative government that will permanently scrap this radical Liberal experiment that gambles with the lives of vulnerable Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was listening to the member quite intently. And there's 2 points that I want to raise quickly and hear his response. One, he talked about a consensus between, in the psychiatric community, and I don't know what consensus he's referring to. There are various varied views on providing services and cure to people with mental illness. But my question regards to rights of individuals. We've got a decision by a Quebec court that has required this Parliament to act on that ruling to ensure the rights of individuals that's guaranteed under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms are protected. I would like to hear his views as to how we will reconcile with those rights and what would be his plan to ensure the rights of Canadians, whether they have mental illness or not, are protected under our Charter.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would submit that 80% of psychiatrists in Ontario saying that MAID should not be expanded in the case of mental illness is approaching a professional consensus, and the member, I would hope, would be concerned of a government policy to expand MAID in cases of mental illness, significant expansion impacting vulnerable persons, that he would question the appropriateness of such a policy in the face of opposition from so many experts. And with respect to the Quebec court decision that he alluded to, he is, I believe, referring to the Truchon decision, and there was no pronouncement of the Quebec Superior Court on the question of mental illness. That was not part of the fact pattern in the case. The plaintiffs were not suffering from an underlying mental health disorder. There's no precedent, no binding precedent, no precedent forcing this government to enact this legislation. This is a political decision made by these Liberals.
Questions et comments.
Questions and comments.
Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As my colleague knows, I've been on the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying from the get-go. And if he will recall, in the 43rd Parliament, when this House was dealing with Bill C-7, the government's original charter statement, which provided its rationale for excluding mental disorders as the sole underlying medical condition, I thought was fairly well reasoned and explained that, yes, Section 7 and Section 15 of the Charter can be involved here, but, we have to remember Section 1, and sometimes we may need to limit rights. For me personally, I'm a big believer in the Charter, but I struggled through this whole process and how I find that balance between an individual's Charter-protected rights, but also the need of society to sometimes step in and protect the most vulnerable. And I would just like, through you, Madam Speaker, to wonder how he personally approached finding that balance, and to also put it in the context that so many people in Canada, whether they are in rural or remote communities or in our urban centres, are marginalized and don't have access to the proper mental health care supports that they so desperately need. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford, who I enjoyed working with on the Special Joint Committee, and the manner in which I approached this issue is by following the evidence to determine whether this expansion could be implemented safely and appropriately. And the overwhelming evidence is that it cannot. And it need not have been this way. We need not be here for a second time on the eve of an implementation date that was arbitrarily set by the Liberals. We could have studied this issue. We could have heard from experts. We could have heard from other groups about this without moving ahead with legislation before undertaking that important consultation. And so, Madam Speaker, let me simply say that this government has gotten it backwards. They've gotten it wrong. And what they should be doing is coming back to this House and putting an indefinite pause on this expansion.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think the member is not fully online on this in the sense that there is a Quebec court decision, and that decision does put in a deadline that the government does need to respect and respond to. And this whole process, and I remember at the beginning of his arguments, the member was talking and trying to pass the blame. Let me remind the member that it was Stephen Harper, the same government in which he worked for, I must say, Madam Speaker, back in 2015, that chose to do nothing and ignore the issue. And that was based on a Supreme Court decision. And I'm asking the member, would he not recognize that you can't just ignore the issue? That is the track record of the Conservative Party.
St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, if the member is referring to the Truchon decision, that was not what the Truchon decision provided for. That was outside of the scope of the Truchon decision. And evidenced by that is the fact that when the Liberals responded to Truchon by introducing Bill C-7, mental illness as a sole underlying condition was expressly excluded from the legislation in response to that decision. This is a political decision brought on by the Liberals.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, my colleague is always quite eloquent in defending the no camp. Does his position represent his party's? Is that the official position of the Conservative Party? I think that would be important for us to understand the issues and the stakes in this debate, because what I'm hearing him say basically is that irremediability is something that can never be proven, and so people who are suffering intolerably, who are dealing with intolerable suffering because they're victims of a mental illness, they will never, if there's a Conservative government in power, they will never be able to see their suffering alleviated. That's what I'm hearing. Am I also to hear that he proposes to fix or solve this problem of irremediable and intolerable suffering by injecting a whole bunch of money into the healthcare system so that access to healthcare is something that is going to be completely forgotten, a thing of the past, that kind of suffering? Is that what he's telling us? The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Montcalm, who is a thoughtful member on this issue. What I would say with respect to the question of irremediability is that I am absolutely not comfortable with moving ahead with this expansion if it cannot be accurately determined. When psychiatrists come before a committee and say it's like flipping a coin, that clinicians get it wrong 50% of the time, that is not an appropriate risk. That is evidence of a policy that has not been well thought out and that is dangerous and will negatively impact vulnerable persons on a matter of life and death. And with respect to the position of Conservative Party, yes, the position of Conservative Party is that a common-sense Conservative government will permanently scrap this radical and dangerous expansion.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Member for his speech. The arrogance and incompetence of the members opposite on this issue is truly alarming and frightening. Are they not aware, Madam Speaker, that 30 legal experts wrote a letter to the former Justice Minister and the Cabinet saying, and I quote, "Parliament is not forced by the courts to legalize MAID." So I ask the Honourable Member, what does he make of this argument from the Minister who spoke earlier that somehow, in her words, the debate is over?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, it's arrogance, it's recklessness, it's incredible. And it's incredible in the sense that they hide behind a Quebec court decision, a decision they frankly should have appealed, but didn't, that did not pronounce on the question of MAID and mental illness, and are now using that as the basis to say we need to move forward with this legislation, even though when they initially responded, they said, we're going to exclude mental illness from the legislation. So they're trying to have it both ways. They got into this mess because David Lametti accepted a radical Senate amendment, and it's been a 3-year mess ever since.
L'honorable membre député de Mont-Royal.
The honourable member for Mount Royal is rising on a point of order. Yes, Madam Speaker.
Présidente, error in my vote on PMB M86 on the 7th vote today, and I would very much appreciate the House's unanimous consent to allow me to change my vote to no.
Those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed will please say no.
Adopté.
Carried.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I never would have expected to find myself involved in a debate on medical assistance in dying, or MAID, here in the House, and to have to go through everything we experienced with C-14, which was a bad piece of legislation. I never would have imagined that the Liberals, with the lack of courage they showed around C-14, which was required by the Carter decision, after Quebec had already passed its own legislation about end-of-life care. So before the Carter decision said that in Quebec you're going to have to amend your legislation because we're covering more than what your legislation covers, more than end-of-life. And Parliament here said they'd never thought about it. And the court said, well, you're going to have to settle the issue of terminal stages of life, but also the issue of degenerative diseases, which mean that people like Ms. Carter and Ms. Taylor, with their illnesses, that they were living in great pain, and you're going to have to do something about it because you are violating their right to life. This is no small right. The Conservatives should pay attention here. The right to life, they're pro-life, and I am too in that sense. You're encroaching or violating their right to life because you're going to shorten their lives, but they would like to be able to live until the point where their pain becomes intolerable. And as a society, Madam Speaker, not as a society, but as a parliament, Madam Speaker, as representatives of the people, our duty is not to decide for the patient in a situation where they have to make such a personal and private decision as their own death. We should not be deciding what's good for them. The role of government, Madam Speaker, is to provide the conditions that will allow the individual to make a free and informed decision. That's our role, because otherwise we're being paternalistic as a government. And I would invite my colleague, my Conservative colleague, to read a little bit about clinical ethics. Not just Ontario psychiatrists. We know that psychiatrists are divided on this issue, Madam Speaker, but if there's one area where medical paternalism still reigns, it's in psychiatry, Madam Speaker. That is, if there's one area where there's still a lot of paternalism in medicine, it's in psychiatry. And if the paternalism still ruled supreme in all of medicine, what would the situation be? What needs to be done to give patients some control over their end-of-life care? And it so happens that there were some doctors who got cancer, and at the end of their lives said they refused treatment. But there was a time when doctors would perform heroics. They would do anything and everything to forestall death. But along came some doctors who refused care at the end of their lives. Doctors with cancer who said, no, you are going to stop treatment. I want some quality of life here. I want to be able to spend some time with my family, my final days. I want to be clear-headed. And so that's what it took. Doctors with incurable illnesses who were at the end of their tether. Before that, there was so much paternalism in medicine. Sometimes the patient wasn't even informed that they were going to die. The priest was there to perform the last rites, and the patient hadn't even been told that they were that far gone. So this is all about giving the individual the ability to decline medical heroics and Herculean efforts by unwanted efforts by doctors. Now, before MAID, we talked about passive euthanasia, and even that wasn't allowed. So medical paternalism has been pushed aside, and as a result, now a person is allowed to deny treatment, to have a do not resuscitate order, a DNR, if you will. And so it's been a whole evolution, Madam Speaker. And now we have a bill before us that postpones indefinitely the suffering of people with severe mental illnesses, people for whom no treatment has helped alleviate their suffering. That's pretty darn significant, Madam Speaker. 10, 20, 30 years of suffering after trying multiple therapies, after being stigmatized by the society you live in. The decision-making ability of a person with a serious mental illness, well, that can be established. It can be ascertained. And the court has ruled that it would be discriminatory and stigmatizing toward people who have the capacity to make decisions, to say that because they have a serious mental illness that psychiatry cannot truly help, if they can't be helped to alleviate their suffering, it would be so paternalistic to say, no, we're not going to help these people. Keep suffering. We have, all we're going to offer you is endless palliative care. So, Madam Speaker, I've heard a lot of ridiculous things today. I'm going to try to calm down a little bit. And then C7 came along, and C7 was quite cautious because C7 opened the door, but with a 2-year period, a committee of experts was struck. And who hasn't read that here? And we had two votes on it. You have to read that report, the committee of experts, the panel of experts, because this is a difficult regime to set up, and there was an admission that there was an additional difficulty, and so safeguards were foreseen in the expert report. And the Liberals today, after saying that we're going to work with this panel of experts for 2 years, we're going to strike a joint committee. Well, the problem with a joint committee is that it always gets established at the last minute, too close to the deadline. So when we issued our report last time round, we had to say that before going ahead, we need to evaluate the status of things on the ground. So I think there are some good safeguards and some good practice standards that were drafted by the group that worked on that. That's promising. And the College of Physicians has said, well, I'll talk later about their criteria, their safeguards. It's all interesting work. It's all important. But everybody has said that we're short on time, that we don't have enough time. So how is it that At one point, the Liberals said 1 year will be enough time. Now they're saying, no, it's got to go, we've got to push it back to 2027. And the Conservatives are saying, forget about it altogether. If we take office, we're going to scrap this for good, forever. So there are people who will continue to suffer if that comes to pass, intolerable pain, because psychiatry is unable to alleviate their pain other than by putting them in a vegetative state. And the Conservatives think somehow that's morally acceptable. I don't see what's acceptable about that morally. There are people who have some pretty flexible morals when it comes to their fellow human beings who are suffering. Madam Speaker, when people claim that a depressive person can have access to MAID, that's false. Just because you can apply doesn't mean you're going to get it, because the assessors will do their job. Stephanie Green said, a person who's in a suicidal crisis would not be eligible for MAID. So a person who raises their hand because mental illness is suddenly eligible. So if you raise your hand and say, well, I want MAID, you're not going to get access if you've never been treated. But they could be treated at that point. There's a preventative aspect. So it's false to say that most people who are suicidal have been seen by an expert. That's not true. Most people who commit suicide, it was completely unforeseen. They got no treatment before they killed themselves. So what are the Conservatives going to do with desperate, suffering people who currently nurture the hope that we will hear their pain and find a solution following the rules of medical practice? What are those people supposed to do if the Conservatives get elected? Are they supposed to just continue their suffering and their despair? Is that morally acceptable? Suicide, if that's their only option? Is that acceptable? No. Suicide is a failure of the system. It's a failure of society. I will never accept suicide as the solution. And that is why when we're talking about MAID, we're not talking about the same thing at all. It's not the same thing at all as suicide. So when a person's suicidal, they would be ineligible. When a person's recently been diagnosed, they would not be eligible. If the application is based on structural vulnerabilities, it would not qualify. So if you don't have access to care, that means you won't have access to MAID if there's no access to care, because you have to exhaust all possible avenues and try every available treatment. A person who refused or declined treatment without justification would be ineligible for MAID. If there's an accessible and effective treatment and you decline that treatment, you will not be eligible for MAID. And if the assessors can't agree that you meet the criteria, then you won't qualify either. The College of Physicians said that we're still in the discussion stages, we're still setting up our safeguards, we need more time before we get there. I think a 1-year period would have been enough, because otherwise we're being hypocritical, we're dropping the ball, and we're leaving people, hanging them out to dry. If the Liberals want to win the next election, they're going to have to work hard, because they're leaving people, their fate, in the hands of people who are here today saying, never on our watch, we're going to scrap this for good. So what did the College of Physicians say? They said the decision to grant MAID in the case of mental illness should not be based on a single episode, a single care episode. It should be part of a holistic and fair assessment over a certain period of time. There has to be, the problem has to be sequenced or put in order. The second safeguard is there mustn't be any suicidal ideas, like in a case of major depression.
That was an interesting option. The committee should have paid attention to that, but they were on the same committee as me, so they should have heard that. Now, the Leader of the Opposition is a demagogue. He stands up in this House and asks the Prime Minister questions at prime time. He says, Prime Minister, people are depressed. They can't, make ends meet. And so the Prime Minister wants them to request MAID because they can't afford life. Now, the third criteria is ongoing and intense suffering, accompanied by serious symptoms and trouble functioning. It must also be present over a long period of time and make it such that patients have lost all hope. They cannot succeed in their lives, and their lives lose meaning. Experts have told us that we cannot measure irremediability and the degree of suffering. There is no way to make a general determination of that. There needs to be case-by-case assessment, as in all clinical assessment. But some people feel that case-by-case assessment is not serious or thorough. Well, it's very serious and thorough, Madam Speaker. Fourth criteria, there must be a long care journey with adequate follow-up. There needs to be access to care. Access to care. If the person requesting MAID has not accessed care, they will not be eligible for MAID. I feel like we heard the same things in committee. We are aware of the same criteria. We need to stand by our beliefs, and my belief is that we need to help those who are suffering and it's intolerable. If they are at their wits' end, we need to offer them support. We shouldn't make decisions for them about their existence, about the quality of their lives. They are the ones who determine what is and is not tolerable. Now, some talk about a slippery slope, Madam Speaker, as though all care practitioners were bad people. But in fact, it's the opposite. To work in healthcare, you need to be good and kind. Getting into medicine is not easy. There are pretty serious selection criteria for doctors, and the same goes for nurses. Now, fifth criteria, a multidisciplinary assessment. Social workers, for instance. So the request needs to be made to nurse practitioners specialized in mental health and by doctors, and there must be follow-up. And I'm talking about follow-up. It can't be one single meeting with a doctor. I can't walk into a doctor's office for the first time and said, my life is going really badly, things are hard, I want MAID, and then I automatically get MAID. No. Requesting MAID is not synonymous with being granted MAID. And if these safeguards were respected, then those experiencing serious and incurable mental illness could also benefit from MAID. We must make sure that those who cannot access adequate care and who do not receive adequate support, for example, if they are in housing and they cannot gain back autonomy, then they should opt for MAID. It's actually the opposite of the horrific things we heard from the colleague down there earlier. There are experts and there are doctors who want to take care of people. They don't want to harm people. Now, it's important to note that to be granted MAID, you need to request MAID, and you need to be able to give informed consent. And currently, when it comes to mental illness, every day we assess the decision-making capacity of those suffering from mental illness, suffering from comorbidity. When they have mental illness with a physical illness and they are in the terminal stages, they are able to give consent. This is not new for medical practitioners. They are able to assess the decision-making capacity of those with a mental disorder. Having mental illness does not mean you're unable to make decisions for yourself. That's discrimination. That's stigmatization. Some say they want to protect vulnerable people. Well, who could be more vulnerable than someone who has been suffering from mental illness for decades and who has tried every treatment, all the treatments, and that person imagine what could be worse than having to deal with a paternalistic psychiatrist who thinks they know best what sort of treatment the patient needs, and then puts the person in palliative care forever and ever because that psychiatrist can't help relieve that patient. There were psychiatrists telling us in committee that we were going down the wrong road. They said that after 25 or 30 years of practice, some patients fell through the cracks, were lost, and it's for those patients that we want to support them. We should show a bit of humanity in this House, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and a sincere thank you to the member across the way for the details and the compassion with which he made his comments, looking at patient-centered decisions, things around the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that we protect here in this House. Right now in Quebec, I understand the legislature is debating the Superior Court decision in Quebec, and I was hoping we would have a more fulsome debate tonight, and I was surprised that the Bloc didn't support having that debate. I've spoken with a medical practitioner, a nurse practitioner in our area that comes from Ottawa to Guelph to provide this service, and she can only do it as a volunteer because she's not paid by the province to work outside of Ottawa. On the ground, we really have problems building capacity. Something that this bill is trying to address is building the capacity of our healthcare system within the provinces to be able to provide MAID effectively within our communities. So could the member maybe reflect on the need for us to work with provinces and their healthcare systems to build our capacity, and at the same time to work with the legislatures, both provincially and federally, so that we can get this across the line together, and the amount of time that will take?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, Madam Speaker, that's a good question. I would like to remind my colleague that we had very little time at our disposal in committee to, in fact, assess that, to determine whether the healthcare network was ready. We had just 2 or 3 meetings to decide whether the system was ready, and a very tight deadline, which made no sense. But during those meetings, many people told us that the network was ready. Now, as for us in Quebec, the National Assembly weighed in 2021. C7 passed after that. The work had already been done in Quebec, and the College of Physicians said that they needed a bit of time, but there is a huge difference between needing a bit of time to make sure that things are done well and safely, and postponing indefinitely the possibility of relieving the suffering of those with serious mental illness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to echo earlier concerns. It was a pleasure to work with the member for Montcalm on the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying. We have both been on that committee from the get-go, and we have both been exposed to a wide range of witness testimony into the briefs. Just following up slightly on the earlier question, our responsibility here in the federal scene, of course, deals primarily just with the criminal code. And once we complete our task with the criminal code, the oversight and accountability of the system largely falls on the provinces. It is not insignificant that 7 out of 10 provinces and all 3 territories had their health ministers and ministers responsible for mental health and addictions sign a letter where they reference the fact that back in November they were already raising concerns, and they have clearly called here for an indefinite pause. Now, I understand Quebec was not a signatory to this, but the very fact that 7 out of provinces and 3 territories have, and these ministers are responsible for the oversight of those medical systems, I don't think that's an insignificant thing. So I'm just wondering if the member for Montcalm can reflect on that when we have clear direction from ministers responsible for the system saying that they're not ready. How does he respond to those concerns? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. That is an excellent question. In the complementary report that I tabled, I highlighted the fact that if we had had a bit more time to do our work, we could have discussed that with these individuals and governments, and in doing so, we would have understood their concerns. We heard from a number of associations which did tell us that everything was ready, that they were ready to administer MAID effectively. The member knows full well that, for instance, the Canadian Association of Assessors and Service and Care Providers, they told us that with C7 and C14, not all physicians were properly trained and ready. Not all doctors could provide MAID. There was just a small number, and yet that small number was able to meet demand. And those who need MAID for mental illness would be an even smaller number. So this association told us that they could move forward safely. There was also the Canadian Bar Association and the Association of Psychiatrists of Quebec and other associations, many more. For instance, the Health Ministry of Nova Scotia. These debates have been held within governments. There can be unique concerns sometimes. Sometimes I would have liked to hear those concerns. The government did not call on us to conduct a fulsome study and ask all these questions as soon as Parliament resumed. We were not even able to meet with individuals at work on the ground. And what I'm saying is that we could get this done. We could get this done within a year. We can work together, meet with stakeholders, see what's happening on the ground. We can study the safeguards, and then if we need one more year, we will take one more year. But postponing this to 2027, I don't think that's a very progressive plan. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I'm understanding here is that there's a difference of opinion related to processes of different provinces. But Quebec has already studied and debated the matter. Now, we need to think about these individuals. This is a matter of human suffering. I can talk about it because I've lived it. Everything that my colleague has said, and my colleague has represented what all of these specialists told the committee, but I've experienced it all. Some people may be afraid to take this step, but you know what? It's urgent that we act. So here's my question for my colleague. What do our colleagues here tonight not understand about the need to make an informed decision about human suffering? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, there's a lack of courage. That's what's missing. There's a lack of courage in this place. A lack of compassion as well. In this place, many act based on ideology. As I said earlier, these individuals can compare their lives at different points, but we cannot compare our lives to the lives of others. We need to be able to hear people suffering, yes. Then we need to be able to act. We need to offer care, of course. That's the main goal, to care for them and to heal. But we are struggling to discern irremediability. But over 30 years, you can determine irremediability. And we can make these determinations on a case-by-case basis. We cannot claim that psychiatry can heal all mental illnesses, can heal all suffering for those experiencing severe mental illness. Claiming so is very intellectually dishonest. There are some people whose suffering we cannot cure. They request MAID. They can do so in an informed manner with full presence of mind. And I feel that we should hear them, we should help them, and we should legislate.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be standing in the House today to join debate on Bill C-62. And you'll forgive me if I am feeling a little bit of deja vu right now, because it was precisely 1 year ago in February of 2023 that this House was in a similar position with the earlier Bill C-39. That bill, of course, Madam Speaker, extended the delay for the implementation of mental disorders as a sole underlying medical condition being available to access MAID. That bill kicked the can down the road by 1 year. And as a result, Madam Speaker, we find ourselves in a position where we are now approaching the deadline that exists for March 17th of 2024. To go into a little bit of detail of what Bill C-62 contains, it's not a very complex bill, and it should be clear that the bill itself is not relitigating the issue that was first brought in by Bill C-7, and I'll get into C-7 in a moment. What this bill is doing is seeking to further delay the implementation of MAID for mental disorders as a sole underlying medical condition until March 17th of 2027, so essentially 3 years down the road from now. But I also think, and this I think is an important part of the bill, is that it inserts a legislative requirement that the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying be reconvened in advance of that change, so that a committee of parliamentarians made up of members of parliament and senators can review our country's readiness and make a determination in advance of that date. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, I have been a member of the Special Joint Committee from the beginning, all the way back in the 43rd Parliament. And I, for one, speaking for myself, am very glad to see that we do have that legislative requirement in C-62, and more importantly, that the committee is actually being given the time it should have had to study this very complex, very sensitive issue in advance of its implementation. That is something that we could have been much better served by in previous iterations of this legislation. Now, I think it's important, Madam Speaker, that we explore a little bit of the history of how we got to this moment. Because as a member of this Special Joint Committee, I have personally felt that we have been playing a game of catch-up to the change in law that was made in advance of any serious inquiry into this matter. Bill C-7 in the 43rd Parliament was, of course, the Government of Canada's response to the Truchon decision. It specifically created a separate track in the criminal code for people whose death was not naturally foreseeable, because previous to that, you had to have an illness, a medical condition, where your natural death was foreseeable. So essentially for people who were suffering terminal stage cancer, who were going through a great deal of suffering and so on. It's important to note, though, that when the government first brought C7 in, there were already questions at that time in advance of the legislation about what do we do with people who are suffering from mental illness, who have suffered in some cases, as my colleague pointed out, for decades, for whom treatments had not worked. What were we to do with that? Now, the government in the original version of the legislation, and by law they were required to accompany that bill with a charter statement, but mental disorders were specifically excluded from the original version of C7. And the government, provided what I thought at the time was a fairly well-reasoned charter statement because, it was understood that by excluding this, you could potentially engage two prominent sections of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, namely Section 7, which is the security of the person, the fact that everyone essentially has the right to make a decision about what happens to their own body, and Section 15, the Equality Clause, that, the law has to treat everyone equally. So with reference that those two sections may be potentially engaged by an exclusion. Now, the government identified in its charter statement that first, the evidence, and I'll quote here, first, evidence suggests that screening for decision-making capacity is particularly difficult and subject to a high degree of error in relation to persons who suffer from a mental illness serious enough to ground a request for MAID. Second, mental illness is generally less predictable than physical illness in the terms of the course the illness will take over time. Finally, recent experience in the few countries that permit MAID for people whose sole medical condition is a mental illness, namely Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, has raised concerns. So that's what the government's original position with C7 was. Now, the House passed Bill C7. It went off to the Senate. And there, for reasons that still remain shrouded in mystery to me to this day, the government decided to accept a Senate amendment, essentially at the 11th hour, which had significant repercussions for C7. And that was essentially the Senate reversing the government's original position on mental disorders qualifying for MAID. And the government accepted that Senate amendment. And of course, C7, because it had been amended, had to come back to the House. And the government managed to cobble enough votes together to pass that. So we, as parliamentarians, were left with a law that had been changed in advance of the hard work being done to properly consult, research, and discuss the issue with expert witnesses and with the health systems that have primary responsibility for the oversight of the change in law. And yes, an expert panel was convened. The Special Joint Committee was convened. Of course, its work was interrupted by the unnecessary calling of an election in the summer of 2021. So some very valuable time was lost there because, of course, we had to reconvene in the now 44th Parliament. And there was a considerable amount of time that was lost due to that. But it's important to realize that everything that has transpired since then has been a result of that Senate amendment being accepted by the government. And again, I feel, and I think my feeling has some validity here, having been a member of the Special Joint Committee, that we have been trying to play catch-up ever since that moment. Now, my time on the Special Joint Committee has been difficult. It's not an easy subject for anyone to sit through because, Madam Speaker, the opinions both of people with lived experience, people who work in a professional capacity, they really are on all sides of the spectrum and everywhere in between. And it can be quite difficult as a parliamentarian to work your way through that to try and understand the complex legal and medical arguments that exist behind this issue. But it is important. And, I would say that for me personally, my work in the committee has really been a struggle to find a balance between two concepts that sometimes seem to be in opposition to each other. I am a firm believer in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I think that's a very important document in Canadian history. And I do believe that, we have to respect an individual's right to make decisions over their own bodies. But that belief system of mine was always in struggle with another concept, with the fact that sometimes society finds itself in a necessary position to step in and protect the most vulnerable in our society. And I think those two themes not only echoed for myself, but echoed for many of the witnesses that appeared before our committee and the many briefs that we received. I also want to note, Madam Speaker, that, our special joint committee has actually existed twice in this Parliament. We tabled our second report in February. That was in advance of Bill C-39 last year. And that committee's mandate at that time was guided by 5 themes that we had to look at. Mental disorders as a sole underlying medical condition was but one of those. And of course, we were reconvened after the passage of C-39. But as my colleague from Montcalm pointed out, our runway was extremely short. It did not do justice to the amount of time that we actually needed and to the extreme complexity of this issue. So just to put this in clarity for people who are listening, I believe our first meeting as a committee was on October the 31st, and we had to conduct some committee business, elect the chairs and vice chairs. We really only had 3 3-hour meetings with witnesses, so 9 hours of testimony. We excluded, by necessity, a lot of people that I would dearly like to have heard from, namely administrators of our public health system, elected officials of provincial governments, and so on. And because of the short timeline, and we didn't even have enough time to properly translate all of the submissions that were sent to our committee, because of course before they can be distributed to committee members, they have to be translated into French and English. That's a requirement that honors the fact that we are a bilingual country. So we as committee members did not even have the opportunity to review important submissions. And those submissions came from people who had lived experience, who were dealing with the situation at home, but they also came from many professionals whose practice is involved in this specific area. Now, I've taken a position on this. I mean, my record on, the member for Abbotsford in the fall had introduced Bill C-314, and I did vote for that, so my vote on this matter is quite clear. But, I have been informed by the fact that at our committee, there has been a significant amount of professional discomfort expressed by people who practice medicine in this area, psychiatrists and psychologists. And sure, some of them may be acting in a paternalistic way, but I don't think that can be applied equally to everyone. I think some, we have to review their opinions. We have to take them in the context in which they are given. And I think we have to afford them a measure of respect, given the fact that these are their lifelong career choices, and in many cases you can measure their experience in the decades. Madam Speaker, I want to take a little bit of time just to read from some of the witnesses' testimony that we received. And, we did hear from Dr. Jitender Sareen. He's from the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Manitoba. But when he appeared as a witness, he was also there on behalf of psychiatry departments, departmental chairs from the Northern Ontario School of Medicine, from McMaster, from McGill, from Memorial University, from the University of Ottawa, and Queen's University. And, his testimony was that they strongly recommended an extended pause on expanding MAID to include mental disorders because we're simply not ready. And he was quite emphatic to the point that we are not going to be ready in another year. Dr. Trudeau Lemons, who is a professor of health law and policy at the Faculty of Law at the University of Toronto. He was there to clarify some of the constitutional arguments, and was really trying to underline the fact that we have to keep the Section 7 and Section 15 rights in balance with Section 1, and that this is an issue that actually has not been decided by the courts, contrary to what we heard from some witnesses. And previous speakers on tonight's debate have also pointed out that the Truchon decision did not include any reference to mental disorders. So that's an important point we have to make. Dr. Sonu Gained, who is the chief the Department of Psychiatry, the Sunnybrook Health Sciences Center, he pointed out that MAID is for irremediable medical conditions. These are the ones we can predict won't improve. Worldwide evidence shows we cannot predict irremediability in cases of mental illness, meaning the primary safeguard underpinning MAID is already being bypassed, with evidence showing such predictions are wrong over half the time. Scientific evidence shows we cannot distinguish suicidality caused by mental illness from motivations leading to psychiatric MAID requests, with overlapping characteristics suggesting there may be no distinction to make. He also commented on the fact that the curriculum used doesn't teach assessors to distinguish between suicidality and psychiatric MAID requests, and so on. We also heard, Madam Speaker, from Dr. Tarek Raji. He's the chair of the Medical Advisory Committee for the Center of Addiction and Mental Health, and their position, CAMH's concern, was that the healthcare system is not ready for March of 2024. The clinical guidelines, resources, and processes are not in place to assess, determine eligibility for, and support or deliver MAID when eligibility is confirmed to people whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness. So, Madam Speaker, those are a snapshot of I think the widespread professional discomfort that exists out there, and I don't think we can discount those voices. I would agree that there were also a number of professionals on the other side who did feel we were ready, and that's what makes this such an incredibly complex and sensitive subject to try and navigate as a parliamentarian. Again, we as a committee should have been afforded the time and space to really delve into these issues and to greatly expand our witness list to make sure that we were in fact ready. Now, when we go, Madam Speaker, to look at our committee's report that was issued quite recently, you'll note that our committee report only had one recommendation in it. And that recommendation did decide that, I recognize that it was a result of the majority of the committee members. There were some dissenting opinions, notably from the senators that were a part of that committee. But they did recognize that Canada is not prepared for medical assistance in dying where mental disorder is the sole underlying medical condition. And we did not attach an arbitrary timeline to this recommendation. Our specific call is that it should not be made available in Canada until the Minister of Health and the Minister of Justice are satisfied, based on recommendations from their respective departments and in consultation with their provincial and territorial counterparts and with Indigenous peoples, that it can be safely and adequately provided. So I think we keep on getting ourselves into trouble by setting these arbitrary deadlines for ourselves. Setting up an arbitrary timeline is not an adequate replacement for the qualitative work that needs to be done by these departments. And I would much rather that we satisfy the qualitative requirement in this recommendation, where departments, experts, and our provincial and territorial colleagues are in fact saying that they are going to be okay with that. And I know my time is coming to an end, Madam Speaker. I think that recommendation and my reference to the provinces and territories is a great segue to the fact that we also have a letter that was sent to the Minister of Health. It was signed by 7 out of 10 provinces and all 3 territories. The back, if you look at the signatures, it includes all of the ministers of health and ministers responsible for mental health and addictions in those provinces. It includes Adrian Dix and Jennifer Whiteside from my own province of British Columbia. And they quite clearly say that the current March 17, 2024 deadline does not provide sufficient time to fully and appropriately prepare all provinces and territories across Canada. Goes on, Madam Speaker, to say, therefore, we encourage you and the Federal Justice Minister to indefinitely pause the implementation of the expanded MAID eligibility criteria to enable further collaboration between provinces, territories, and the federal government. So, Madam Speaker, I'll wrap up by saying that this is a very sensitive issue. I do think that we should pass Bill C-62, honor the calls that we are hearing from the professions that are intimately involved in this issue, honor the calls that are coming from the provinces and territories, and we need to step up the plate and make sure that we have a fully ready system in advance of any law being changed. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member will have about 3 minutes for questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And before I begin my question, I want to recognize the life of Reno Piva, who passed away from our community of Kamloops. He leaves behind his wife of 63 years, Dina, his children, Laura, Dennis, and Mario. I know them all well, and I wish them all the best in this difficult time of condolence. Madam Speaker, with that, I move on to my question for my colleague. So many times this Liberal government was told that we could not have MAID proceed in the manner that it did, and yet this government pressed on. Why does he believe that this government just didn't listen? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, my fellow British Columbian, for the question. And honestly, I don't know. I was here for Bill C-7. I thought the government's original position with respect to that bill was quite clear. And for some reason, they did a complete 180 when it came to the Senate amending the bill. To this day, I don't think I...
Just to give another chance for a question, because we are very limited, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the speech by my colleague, who is always very calm and moderate in his speeches. I appreciate that. Now, the NDP voted against C-14, which respect the Carter decision, and there was an addition where they would work hard to find a solution. Is it true that we might move forward on mental health as an underlying condition, or are we just going to push it off forever? Or could we start working on it tomorrow? I'm certain that we could, in a year, come up with a very interesting result. If we did. A few seconds remaining for the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I mean, I would love to see the committee being given the time and space to adequately explore this issue. I think that's what was lacking from the get-go. I'm not saying a firm no. I just have a problem with the arbitrary deadlines, and I ultimately want my decision to be informed by a fulsome discussion that involves a much wider array of experts and from representatives of the provincial and territorial governments. That's what was lacking in this. We've been playing a game of catch-up ever since, and we're seeing the consequences of that through the deliberations on this bill.
It being 6:59, that the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-332, an act to amend the Criminal Code controlling or coercive conduct, standing in the name of Ms. Collins, Victoria.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll begin by saying to the interpreters,
I'll try to talk slowly, but this is something that I am so passionate about. So when I do speed up, I'll look to the speaker to say, slow down, Vecchio. So I want to just start off with this speech and saying the importance of making sure we add coercive control to the criminal code here in Canada. I want to start off by reading a story that I read in the CBC. And this was a story that was printed on December the 7th of 2021. The title of it is Coercive Control, the Silent Partner of Domestic Violence Instills Fear, Helplessness in Victims. And it's a story about a young woman, and I'll give you a little bit of background on this. It's a story about a young woman who was in a relationship that she was trying to leave. Her friends and family knew she was trying to leave this relationship desperately, but unfortunately, so did her partner. And with that, the partner decided that he would take her life in order to deal with some of these issues. And I want to read from this story because it is rather graphic. In the last few weeks, before murder devastated people in the Halifax social circle, Ardeth Wagnat began to worry. I'm a sick feeling in my stomach, she said. Wynock was concerned about two people she knew socially, a high school friend, Nicholas Butcher, and the woman he was dating, Kristen Johnston. Butcher's friends knew that he was struggling to find work, in debt, and depressed. People in their circle knew that two had been finally having problems in their relationships. Wynock said she later learned in court that others among her friends knew that Butcher was accessing Johnston's private messages. He was also followed her movements called stalking behavior. And the reason I'm sharing this story is this is about a young woman, and unfortunately these stories don't go away. I have had the honor of sitting in the Status of Women Committee since 2015 with a small break when I went to Proc. But over and over we have talked about violence against women. And we know that violence against women is not just physical, that there is such an emotional piece to this, and coercive control is exactly what we're talking about today. I want to read to you a second piece, and it's a life sentence, no escape from abusive relationships when navigating family court system says. Victims experts say courts often fail to recognize and protect people from non-physical forms of abuse. This entire story talks about the torture, and I'm going to use the young name in here, and it's the same as Sarah. Sarah says her ex-husband's abusive behavior slowly escalated after their family court decision in 2022. For instance, she says, he began dropping off their kids with her later than the court order stated. What I found now is that they no longer are lives together as a family. I can't actually protect them. Then she says, the stalking and harassment began. When she went to the police, she felt she wasn't taken seriously. Sarah says she was denied a peace bond because her ex-husband hasn't physically assaulted her or her kids recently. This, to me, is just the tragedy of what we're seeing in the justice system, what we're not just necessarily in the justice system, but in our society. What we're seeing is women being controlled, being beaten, and violated by men in the majority of these cases. I am not saying that coercive control cannot be reversed and cannot be applied to men as the victims, but we know the majority of these cases are women. So what are we going to do about it? In this House, Bill C-233 was passed unanimously, and I am so proud of the incredible work that we did as a parliament to ensure that there are judges training when it comes to domestic violence issues. Because we have to understand that domestic violence is not just physical violence. 30% of the cases may show physical, but the majority of these cases that we're seeing when it comes to domestic violence is coercive control. And what does that mean? And I think that's what we have to get down to, and this is exactly what the member who has put forward this bill, who I'd like to thank for putting forward this bill, this is what I want to talk about. What is coercive control, and why, as we as parliamentarians, need to take this seriously for the safety of our women and girls.
Hear, hear.
The definition presented in Bill C-332 indicates A, it causes the person to fear on reasonable grounds on more than one occasion that violence will be used against them. B, it causes the person physical or mental health to decline. C, it causes the person alarm or distress that was a substantial adverse effect on their day-to-day activities, including limits on the ability to safeguard their well-being of their children, changes and or restrictions on their social activities or their communications with others, absences from work, or from education or training programs or changes in their routines or status in relationships to their employment or education. And finally, change of address. This was all put forward by Evan Stark, and Evan is an American forensic social worker and put this forward back in 2007 talking about this, and that is why I'm really proud to see this definition in Bill Bill C-332. Funny how such important bills have such similar numbers. But that is why it's so important that we have this discussion, and I think that in my role as the chair of the Status of Women, I can speak for every member of that committee on the strength and the vulnerability of so many of the victims that have come to speak to our committee, knowing that when they go to the police, if they don't have a bruise, it's not going to be taken into consideration because coercive control is not in the criminal code. Things like harassment are, but coercive control, that idea to control another individual, we have to take into consideration. I look at this first case that I talked about, where the young man was reading all of her emails and intercepting those types of messages. The prying into that relationship, that is control. And it takes me back to a phone call that I just had last week. I had a call from a teacher who was very, very concerned because a young woman had come to the school who was an EA, who was very fearful for her own life. She had never had physical abuse. She had never been violated, anything like that. But the fear of coercive control was there because she was being controlled. What ended up happening to this young woman? She didn't go to work. Flag number one. It is important that by putting coercive control into our criminal code, it will give the opportunity for our police to understand what coercive control is, so that when they are investigating, when they are going to a scene of a dispute, that they understand and know what they're looking for. But right now, with its absence from the criminal code, how are police officers supposed to recognize it? Does it look like harassment? Are they being stalked? There's a variety of different things. But the one thing we know with coercive control, it just doesn't happen once. Unlike physical abuse, where someone can actually show and date and all of those things, where you can go to the hospital and report it, where you can show your bruises and provide evidence to the police or to the doctors, coercive control doesn't have that option. How do you go and show somebody what somebody else said to you, or that they've read all of your emails? One thing that I have found really distraughting from doing the research that we have done in the last number of years on this is the number of women that are not believed. And that is something that's really concerning to me, because we have to understand that many women are in their home and they're isolated. We saw that through COVID-19. We saw, as in March 2020, we saw an absolutely increase. By May 2020, I believe that this government was saying we need to help shelters more, and that's something that we all agreed on, because we know that when women cannot leave a place that they are being victimized, that they are not safe. And that is exactly what happened with COVID. Coercive control is one of those types of things that we must talk about. It is not just about physical. It is about looking at the whole person and coercive control. I want to read to you a part that was received, and this is actually coming from the Federal Ombudsman for Victims. And I think it's very important that I read this part, because when women are talking about coercive control, when we're talking about it, as I said, it's accumulative. It's not just one incident. It is something that could happen yesterday and continues each and every day. In one of the stories that I read, it was talking about the woman who watched her husband every day drive up the laneway to see his facial reaction, because she needed to know how he was entering that house. Was he happy that day? Was he angry that day? Those are things that women who are victims of coercive control are thinking about all the time. They're always tiptoeing on glass, because the fact is they are worried about their safety. And that is what we see with coercive control. The fact is there is that threat down the road. Today they may not hit you, but you do not know what's going to happen later. And we know from the Femicide Observatory, 1 and 2 women are being killed here in Canada every day. What is that telling us? We are having to change our laws, and we have to take a better look at this. As I look for this piece of paper, as I lose, I know you're trying to wind me up, but what I'm going to say is the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime has asked for this to be looked at thoroughly, recognizing that it is a pattern. It is not just a one-time incident, it is a pattern. And therefore, I'm asking this Justice Minister and this department and everybody to work together to ensure that we save women's lives. Thank you very much.
Great job, Karen.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be speaking today on Bill C-332, which amends the Criminal Code to create an offence of engaging in, controlling, or coercive conduct that has a significant impact on the person towards whom the conduct is directed, including a fear of violence, a decline in their physical or mental health, or a substantial adverse effect on their day-to-day activities. It's high time to legislate in this area. This is a problem that, for too many people, especially far too many women, technological advances are also fueling the problem with GPS systems, mini cameras, smartphones, and social media platforms. All these make it easier for abusers to continue inflicting harm, reinforcing isolation and control wherever their victims may be. And while coercive and controlling violence may be present in other cases, it's present in 95% of domestic violence cases as we know it. Only approximately 36% of domestic violence cases and 5% of sexual assaults are reported to police. This suggests that cases of coercive controlling violence are far more numerous than those reported to the legal system. According to data reported by police services in Canada in 2018, women living in rural areas experience the most intimate partner violence in Canada. The committee also points out that marginalized women, including Indigenous women, racialized women, women with disabilities, and migrant women, are most likely to bear the brunt, not to mention children. First of all, it's important to define the nature of coercive control. Control and coercion are not limited to one single incident. These are repeated behaviors that, in isolated cases, are difficult to identify under the current criminal code. For example, harassment, but repeatedly and well-defined coercive behaviors can amount to a criminal act once this bill is passed. For example, Madam Speaker, coercive and controlling behaviors include financial control, implicit or explicit threats of harm against a spouse or ex-spouse and their children, property, or even pets. These abusive behaviors are designed to provoke fear and to gain power and control over the victim's thoughts, beliefs, and actions. Despite what we might think, these behaviors rarely involve physical violence, but they eliminate all sense of self. Typically, the partner uses isolation, both physical and psychological, as a means of controlling his partner's contact with her friends and family, with the aim of creating an emotional bond between him and her marked by fear and dependence. The bill proposed by the MP for Victoria is part of a trend of changes made by legislators when it comes to coercive violence. And in fact, a few years ago, in 2019, a change was made to the legislation around the right to divorce. But only married couples can have access to that. So a lot of people are left out of that legislative change, and it didn't create a criminal offense. So even those changes, although they defined coercion as part of family violence, there's still no criminal sanction associated with that. So it's high time today to create a criminal offense. In fact, the fact that this bill passed first reading and was added to the House's order of precedence on September 20th, 2023, this makes Bill C-332 the one that's come the farthest and the one most likely to get it through all the way to completion. Although several criminal code offenses can be applied to acts of domestic violence, some problems have been highlighted with the application of the current law in the case of victims being subjected to coercive or controlling violence. Victims have little confidence in current mechanisms. They mistrust them, and once again, this number is even higher among the clientele most targeted by these acts, i.e. marginalized women. Immigrant women, for example, fear that reporting will result in the rejection of their immigration applications. While the elements of coercive control and monitoring are present, the police and judicial systems are all too often saying that telling one's story alone is not enough to found a complaint. They also fear that they won't be taken seriously, the victims, if they report a crime to the police. Finally, in Report 9 of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, it was stated that we often see sentences reduced from multiple charges against violent men to a single charge, usually assault. This charge is then often withdrawn in exchange for a peace bond, the famous 810 order, Madam Speaker. To address this issue, which is close to our hearts in the Bloc, we support the objective of Bill C-332, which amends the Criminal Code to introduce the notion of controlling or coercive conduct as a criminal offense. But we do have some reservations, as we note. There are some suggestions we would make to fill in some of the shortcomings of this bill. Firstly, the option of extending the scope of the bill so that ex-spouses or other family members who are not part of the family household can testify in order to deal with the situation of he said, she said. We could also extend this proposal even further by including the testimony of an external witness like a neighbor. Secondly, the severity of sentences and the consideration given to children in cases of coercive or controlling violence. And third, the link between the new offense and the impact on family law and child protection cases. So these things, this bill needs to be connected with what already exists out there. And so the committee can deal with that. Finally, the wording of the NDP bill does not address the issue of trauma reactivation for victims and the fact that they will have to retell their stories, and this will be triggering. Furthermore, Bill C-32, as currently drafted, doesn't change the way this issue is dealt with by the courts and authorities. Another point, Madam Speaker, is that by introducing control and coercion into the criminal code, there can finally be financial assistance for victims. And that could be triggered if a person had to leave their home for fear of violence. They could get, if this bill were passed and coercion was recognized as a criminal act, victims could apply for financial assistance to move, to get counseling, and so on. All the financial assistance that's available to other forms of victims of crime. So, and we know that the inability or the lack of financial assistance can be harmful to the psychological well-being of a victim. And finally, I think there's the issue of evidence. Financial assistance could help victims to get out of this situation because they're financially dependent often on the abuser. And finally, Madam Speaker, another very important point. We talk a lot about feminicide or the killing of women. And often it's found that physical violence only comes at the very end. It's the culmination of a whole sequence of events. It's the last thing that a man does is kill his ex-wife or ex-partner. But all through the relationship, we can see that there was repeated control and coercion before it got to the stage of actual murder. So this could be something that helps with prevention, to prevent the murders of women if intervention could happen sooner. And there have been cases in Latin America. Nuna Mas speaks to this type of case where family violence is not limited to just physical or sexual assaults, but also to violence that's linked with control and coercion, as I mentioned before. So I call on parliamentarians, I call on my colleagues, I call on stakeholders and the whole community to support this legislative effort, which is crucial to the physical and psychological integrity of victims of domestic violence. We need here in this place to recognize that issues of coercion and control are priority issues if victims are to be supported and protected. We must also ensure that aggressors are held accountable for their actions before it's too late for the victims. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, in Parliament, unanimous support is a rare thing to see. But on the issue of coercive and controlling behaviour, we have an instance where all parties agree that there is a need to act. This bill and the associated recommendations from the Justice Committee have now twice received the support of all parties in the Justice Committee, and we've heard strong speeches in support of this bill from all parties earlier in the second reading debate, just before the holiday break. Given this degree of support, it's my hope that Bill C-32 can move forward quickly from this point. As we are all too well aware, this is a minority parliament, and one which is already well past the normal life of minority parliaments in Canada. So the clock is ticking, and we need to act in this House to make sure that this bill still has time to get through the other place before the next election. There is no doubt among any of us here that there's an urgent need to act to combat domestic violence in Canada. And we have shocking statistics which clearly demonstrate this fact, that intimate partner violence is a growing problem across Canada. More than 40% of women, that's more than 6.2 million Canadian women, have reported experiencing some kind of psychological, physical, or sexual abuse in the context of their intimate partner relationships in their lifetime. For Indigenous women, that number is 61%. For women with disabilities, 55%. And for lesbian, bisexual, non-binary, and trans women, over 67%. These are shocking numbers. One woman is still killed by an intimate partner every 6 days in this country. And as femicide in intimate partner relationships is almost always preceded by coercive and controlling behavior, this bill will save lives. Now, some may wonder what caused me to take up this issue in 2020. At the start of the pandemic, I did a call around to police and social service agencies in my riding. And what I heard universally was one main thing that was happening, and that was a spike in domestic violence calls for assistance as a result of the pandemic. And, in fact, we've seen that those rates of calls for assistance have not decreased, even as the pandemic measures have eased. What I heard from police and frontline social service agencies, and in particular from women's shelters and anti-domestic violence agencies, was that this was something we should think of as a shadow pandemic. It was something that was being hidden because women were being isolated at home during the pandemic, and it was even more difficult for them to reach out for assistance. But the second thing I heard, almost universally again, and in particular from both police and social service agencies, was their frustration at lacking tools to offer help to those trapped in abusive relationships until there's physical violence. Local police recounted leaving many domestic violence calls without being able to help, yet certain that they would be called back soon and that the next call would involve physical violence. Shelters reported seeing the same women multiple times, but without the presence of physical violence, there was no ability to seek restraining orders or to get removal of the abusive partner from the home. Making coercive and controlling behavior a criminal offense is not really about adding a new offense to the criminal code. Instead, it will recognize that this behavior is in itself a form of violence. It will move the point at which victims can get help to one before physical violence occurs, instead of waiting until there are bruises and broken bones. Bill C-32 is not by itself a solution to the problem of intimate partner violence, but it is rather a tool for addressing abusive relationships before that violence turns physical. In this debate, we have heard a couple of concerns about the impacts of this bill. And certainly when I began working on this topic, I did often hear that there is no accepted definition of what constitutes coercive controlling behavior. Yet, of course, this bill will solve that problem by putting in law a very specific description of what this involves. But I have to say that most of those saying that they didn't know what coercive controlling behavior looks like were men. From women, I almost universally heard about the kinds of coercive controlling behavior that they, or members of their family, or their friends had been subjected to. They had no trouble recognizing this behavior. In fact, I had to admit to myself that the lens of coercive and controlling behavior helped explain a lot of the family dynamics from my own childhood. A second concern we heard in this debate referred to the slow start in making effective use of its provisions in other jurisdictions where similar legislation has been adopted. It was adopted in the UK in 2015, in Ireland and Wales in 2019, and in New South Wales in Australia in 2022, and Hawaii also has a similar provision. And measures to criminalize coercive controlling behavior are also moving forward in a number of other U.S. states. But studies looking at the UK showed that there was a period of time before there was broad knowledge of the existence of the bill and how to make use of it. And this was not just among those who were victims, but also among police, prosecutors, and social service agencies. But this in itself is no reason for further delay. Similar studies show that the rates of charging and convictions in those other jurisdictions have steadily increased as both the public and the enforcement agencies become aware of the possibilities in such a bill. So we will probably go through the same period of adjustment in this country once we pass the bill. But for me, that's a strong argument to get started now and not an argument for delay. And we should remember that this bill, in one form or another, has now been before the House for 3 years. You will have also heard some concern that this bill will potentially have a negative impact on marginalized women, as it might provide another tool to be used against them by their abusive partners. It has been suggested that the abusive partner might be able to accuse the victim of coercive and controlling behavior. And I have no doubt that this will happen. But I have 3 admittedly somewhat impatient responses to this concern. One is that it is in fact marginalized women, so racialized women, new Canadians, and Indigenous women who are most often the victims of coercive and controlling behavior and often have the fewest resources to escape those relationships. My second response is to agree that, of course, the whole legal system systematically disadvantages marginalized women. But this is a broader reform we need to tackle in the justice system and not a reason not to proceed with this particular bill. And finally, I would say, I have never heard this concern about abuse of the new power raised by frontline social service agencies, and in particular, I have never heard this concern from those who serve marginalized women or from marginalized women themselves. We should also recognize the broad community impacts that this bill will have, the positive impacts. Yes, women are the primary victims of coercive and controlling behavior, but it's equally damaging in whatever context and whatever the gender of those being abused. Studies have shown that coercive and controlling behavior is an equally large problem in the queer community. As well, we should also recognize that coercive and controlling behavior doesn't just impact the victims, but also their children, both in terms of physical safety and mental health. This is a particularly serious concern when relationships between mothers and their children are weaponized by abusive partners. And it's a particular concern when it comes to questions of child custody when someone is trying to leave such a situation. At this point, I want to stop and thank all of those who've shared their personal experiences with me and my office. This is not an easy thing to do. We have heard from literally hundreds of women over the past 4 years, some expressing their thanks for recognizing coercive controlling behavior as a form of violence, some just for putting a name to what they were going through and recognizing they were not alone, but all of those women expressing their hope that we would press forward with this bill. One conversation in particular still stands out for me. It was with a woman in my local constituency who holds a highly skilled job and a prominent position in our community. She said she would like to tell her story publicly to show other women that this can happen to anyone, even to those who you would imagine have all the skills, abilities, and resources to avoid or to escape a coercive and controlling relationship. She wanted to tell that story because she wants others to understand that it is never the victim's fault, no matter how many times the abusive partner tries to make them believe that it is their fault. But she can't tell her story publicly yet, as her ex-husband is still using child custody as a weapon in trying to reassert control over her. So I realize, thank you, Madam Speaker, that I'm coming close to the end. So let me say, I didn't introduce this bill in the beginning thinking it would pass immediately. I introduced it to try and get attention to the crisis that came about in parallel with the pandemic. But when this report was adopted by the Justice Committee, I became hopeful that we could get this bill through. And here's where my thanks go to my NDP colleague from Victoria. She and I have been working closely on this and other important issues involving women in the law. And thankfully, the member for Victoria had a much luckier draw in the precedents for PMBs than me. My number would have been virtually last in this Parliament. She's able to get it before us now, and here we are today. So let me say, I hope we advance this bill quickly. This would be a good way of showing Canadians that we as parliamentarians can work together effectively to tackle important problems, and it would show that we understand that intimate partner violence is indeed an epidemic in our society. And it would show that we are going to devote everything we can to fight it, not just with a new law, but also with a necessary...
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am rising today to add my voice to the second reading debate on Bill C-332, an Act to amend the Criminal Code controlling or coercive conduct. Now, where this bill seeks to strengthen Canada's legislative framework addressing intimate partner violence by proposing reforms that would protect victims of coercive and controlling behavior in intimate relationships. Now, Madam Speaker, a lot of people would ask, what is coercive control? Coercive control is a form of intimate partner violence. It involves ongoing conduct that serves to subjugate its victims and deprive them of their autonomy. When we talk about life, liberty, freedom of the person, and I put it into the context of what gender-based violence is, Madam Speaker, when I hear my constituents who often call me in confidence to say, hey, is this coercive controlling behavior? Is it right for an intimate partner to control the finances down to the last penny of a person? Is it right for them to control access to who their intimate partner or their partner, a person that they're living with, that they're close with, is able to engage with, is able to hang out with, is able to go in and get a coffee with? How do we make sure that as we're tackling the broader real issue and pandemic, as many of my colleagues have outlined, of gender-based violence, of women being killed, of femicide occurring across the country from coast to coast to coast, across all communities, how do we make sure that we are being more proactive? How do we, on a proactive basis, try to put an end to that violence, that murder, and make sure that Canadians in their homes and across our communities are able to thrive and really get to their full potential as they go about their lives with that freedom, that autonomy. Madam Speaker, I was the chair of the Justice Committee when we did this study on coercive controlling behavior. And we heard from coast to coast to coast about stories of people that have suffered the escalation of that violence, the escalation of that coercive control, and the inability to control leading to violence. Madam Speaker, this bill, I think, has really good intentions. As we listened to experts, to testimony within the Justice Committee, and with the recommendations, coming to those recommendations, Madam Speaker, those were very, very important pieces of evidence, I think, that really inform what this bill and the spirit of this bill is about. And that is about saving lives. It's about preventing, in a very proactive way, intimate partner violence as it occurs across our country. Now, we have seen so many tragic incidents, and we have lots of resources across the country to try to protect and save women from intimate partner violence. For example, in my community, we have the Safe Centre of Peel, which is a phenomenal project that brings in community leaders together, that brings in community organizations together to provide a wraparound service for those that are fleeing violence within my community. It is at its brink. We can't continue to fund these programs without also looking to see how we can prevent in a proactive manner these incidents to happen in the first place. We want to make sure that when a woman tries to flee that violence, she has the support system that she needs in order to do so. And we find that fleeing that violence is oftentimes the most dangerous part for a woman who is trying to seek refuge, who is trying to find safety, who is trying to find autonomy. And I want to give a shout out to our local Chief of Police, Chief Nish, who has been a phenomenal advocate for women within the region of Peel in ensuring that we are providing that safety and security. But Madam Speaker, we are talking about how do we prevent it from happening in the first place. Yes, this legislation is very, very important. Yes, coercive and controlling behavior is a procedure to what often becomes violent behavior, what often puts women's lives in danger, what often puts children's lives in danger. But, as we talk about awareness, as we talk about making sure that we are bringing in our male allies into this conversation, this bill, I believe, in its spirit, is a step in the right direction. It will help in educating people and ensuring that there is legal recourse and criminal recourse for those that are seeking protection. And our legal system should be there to be able to protect them. Now, there are a number of concerns that I, along with, I think, a number of my constituents and across the country, people have raised. And those are about, well, what is coercive controlling behavior? Are we going to say that, oh, you looked at me in a bad way and now I feel like I need to modify my behavior? Is that coercive controlling behavior? Well, I think that that is something that we do need to explore a little bit more, to define those terms. How do we, in a court of law, prove that coercive controlling behavior has occurred? Those are things that also need to be explored further in this bill. Madam Speaker, when we try to ensure the safety of people in our constituencies, we try to do it through a lens that is gendered, that makes sure that we are taking into the totality of the context of a person's lived experience. So, as members in this House have spoken before, we have to ensure that those new immigrants that are coming in have the awareness and have the ability to be able to protect themselves. Can you imagine a new family coming in, their finances of a woman being bound to her home, taking care of young kids, not having financial freedom, and having to deal with the frustrations, the tensions of moving into a new country, and also what could be coercive controlling behavior? I think when we have bills like this, it is also important for us to provide the supports for these victims alongside the legislation. So when we talk about making sure that coercive controlling behavior is legislated, is included in the criminal code, we have to make sure that we're providing support to those that are seeking refuge from that as well. We have to make sure that institutions like the Safe Centre of Peel are scaled up and are across the country for everyone who needs that support to be able to seek that refuge, to be able to seek that support not just for themselves, but for their children. We also want to make sure that this bill is balanced. There is, I'm sure, tensions in every relationship. I'm sure that, everyone goes through having outbursts and exchanging words. And that's why it's so important to define what coercive controlling behavior is in that context, with that evidentiary burden, to be able to prove it in court. Because I don't want people to think that raising your voice or having a heated, open, honest discussion with your partner is something that is criminal. Those are normal things. But, Madam Speaker, at what point do we have to push that before it becomes abuse, to it becoming violent, to it becoming now life-threatening? I think that the issue of gender-based violence is significant in our country. It is a hidden pandemic. We do need to make sure that we are preventing this from happening. This bill is an excellent first step towards getting there, and I'm looking forward to it going into committee to explore and to make sure that we are doing the right thing and finding that right balance in separating and making sure that while we live in our healthy lives together with each other, that we are also preventing the violence from occurring before it occurs. And I'm looking forward to following this very closely, as I did in our Justice Committee with this report and its recommendations. I'm looking forward to this bill passing in the House with these concerns that I've raised. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And everyone in this House should feel the urgency and necessity of tackling intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. As it's been said, every 6 days in Canada, a woman is killed from intimate partner violence. This fact is not new, yet the Liberals and the Conservatives before them have not addressed it adequately. New Democrats refuse to stand idly by, while countless individuals, primarily women and girls, face the physical and psychological trauma and the fear for their lives on a daily basis. Intimate partner violence and gender-based violence are not just private matters. They are systemic issues rooted deeply in ingrained inequalities and power imbalances in Canada. And it is women, especially those from marginalized communities, who experience the worst of this violence. We also know that individuals with disabilities are disproportionately impacted by this kind of violence. People with disabilities experience higher levels of intimate partner violence, and they face unique barriers to accessing support, and escaping abusive situations. As the NDP critic for disability inclusion, too many times I hear from residents that say there isn't enough research done on this, there is not enough data on this, there is not enough investment from the government on understanding the impact of domestic violence on persons with disabilities. So I encourage the government to invest in more research on violence against persons with disabilities, all genders. I also want to note that Indigenous women face higher levels of violence and that this government has failed to meaningfully tackle the horrific levels of violence experienced by Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. This government could immediately address some of that violence by investing in housing. In 2019, the Downtown Eastside Women's Centre presented a report called Red Women Rising at the Metro Vancouver Indigenous Relations Committee. And the presenter said, no woman should be homeless on her own land. And Madam Speaker, that really stuck with me, and I hope the Liberals will make the investments that are needed to ensure that every single Indigenous woman, every single Indigenous person has a home to call their own. We cannot achieve an equitable and just society until we address the underlying structures that enable and perpetuate this kind of violence. And as a New Democrat, I am committed to dismantling these systems of oppression and creating a society where everyone lives free from violence. All New Democrats are committed to that, Madam Speaker. Where everyone has a home and has access to full and universal health care and pharmacare is also something this Liberal government needs to move on immediately. I wanted to acknowledge the work of survivors, frontline organizations, and advocates who helped make this bill a possibility. I also want to thank my colleagues, the MP for Victoria, for bringing this important piece of legislation forward, and the MP for Esquimalt Saanich for his work on criminalizing coercive and controlling behavior. We wouldn't be here without the commitment of all of those people. Coercive and controlling behavior is a form of abuse that so many people, especially women, have experienced, and many are experiencing today, living in fear in their own homes. It is a form of domestic violence that, rather than a single instance, is a repeated pattern of behavior from the perpetrator. This pattern often includes physical violence and sexual violence, but in many instances, it starts with other types of abuse, like humiliation, threats, and attempts to take away the person's support systems and independence. Often that means limiting transportation options, like taking car keys or intentionally damaging vehicles, and also controlling their access to communication, like taking or breaking cell phones. It also often involves limiting access to bank accounts, passports, and immigration documents. And we know that 95% who report physical abuse also report coercive control. They correlate, Madam Speaker. We need women and girls to know what these abusive red flags are and to know what this kind of abusive behavior is and that it is unacceptable. It has terrible impacts on the person's mental health. It often means they live in fear of violence all the time. And too frequently, it ends in tragedy. These stories are all too common, and since coercive control is not only a serious issue on its own, but also so often a precursor to physical violence. This is an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to stop physical harm before it happens. And I want to take a moment here just to recognize an organization called Bolt Safety Society, a youth-funded, not-for-profit building safer and equitable communities. I've known the women in this organization, Madam Speaker, for many years. And I'm happy to say that my office in Port Moody, Coquitlam, is called a safe hub. It is a place where women and gender diverse residents can come and get information about support groups in our community and also to get a wellness kit if they need. I want to thank Bolt Safety for their work, and I want to thank them for raising the issue with young women and diverse genders of what coercive and controlling behavior looks like. Coercive control is one of the most common risk factors for femicide, even in cases where there were no instances of physical violence before the murder. Passing this legislation gives victims and police the tools they need to prevent some of the most tragic examples of intimate partner violence. It's time we said enough is enough. Years ago, the Justice Committee recommended criminalizing coercive and controlling behavior in Canada, but this Liberal government, despite their claims to be feminists, haven't acted. They continue to delay and disappoint. All parties should listen to survivors, listen to frontline organizations, make sure we support those who experience this kind of abuse, and give victims the tools they need to leave the situation. I'm urging every member in the House to take immediate action to protect women and victims of intimate partner violence and to support this important bill. This is one important step in tackling gender-based violence and working to eradicate intimate partner violence from our communities forever. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Oh, the Honourable Member for Victoria for her right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we must tackle gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. I want to thank all of my colleagues who have spoken today and in the past on this bill. So many of you have shared stories of friends and family members who have experienced abuse, constituents who you've heard from. This is so common, so pervasive, and so many of us have witnessed our loved ones in these situations or experienced it firsthand. So many people, too many people. And almost always, this physical violence takes place after repeated patterns of coercive and controlling behavior. 95% of victims of intimate partner violence report coercive control. And it is one of the most common precursors to physical violence. It is also one of the biggest risk factors for femicide, even when there's been no other physical violence. And if we give women ways to speak out and get support early, we can take a meaningful step in ending femicide with this bill. I had the recent opportunity to meet with Angie's Angels. This is a group including the family members of Angie Sweeney, who is a victim of murder-suicide, which took place in the fall in Sault Ste. Marie. She was a victim of coercive and controlling behavior, and her death is a failure of this government to tackle intimate partner violence and to protect women. Angie's story is not unique. I recently spoke to a father who lost his daughter to intimate partner violence, and he said to me, "My daughter would still be alive if a bill like this had passed." Survivors have shared their stories with me that this bill would have been life-changing if it had been in place when they were in the situation of coercive control. And one of those survivors is my sister. And I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for her courage, for allowing me to share her story. And I have been blown away at the courage of survivors. Passing this bill will change lives, and it will save lives. It's been over 2 years since the Justice Committee studied this topic and recommended the government make these changes, but we've seen no action. This is urgently needed. Every 6 days, a woman is killed from intimate partner violence. We cannot wait. So I ask my colleagues to move this bill swiftly through the House to ensure it passes. We've heard from every party that they support this important change, and so I'm asking that we do not have a recorded vote, so it's sent to Justice Committee without delay. So let us come together today and not falter in our duty to protect victims from the insidious grip of coercive control. Let's ensure that we pass this bill and we affirm our commitment to end gender-based violence, prevent femicide, and our commitment to justice, dignity, and the sanctity of every individual. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, can I get my papers? Thank you. Is the House ready for the question? La question est la...
The question is as follows.
Appuyé par Madame Gazan.
Ms. Collins, seconded. Moved that Bill C-332, an act to amend the Criminal Code controlling or coercive conduct, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Person wishes, I see the Honourable Member for Victoria rising.
Madam Speaker, I ask that this bill be adopted on division.
Agreed. I therefore declare the motion carried on division.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read? No, this will vote. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah. Je l'ai dit. Okay. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Order. In accordance to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. We were just a very important piece of legislation is going to committee, so I'm very pleased about it, Madam Speaker. Today I wanted to speak about the fact that so many Canadians are suffering from losing their housing or potentially losing their housing. So, Madam Speaker, I was in the House recently asking the Housing Minister what they're going to do about keeping seniors in their homes, in their rental homes. So much of affordable rental homes for seniors is being gutted, Madam Speaker, by luxury condos. Luxury condo developers are buying up land, getting rezones and upzones on this land, and displacing people that have lived in their homes for 10, 20, 30, and sometimes longer years. Madam Speaker, I was at a redevelopment where a senior in their 70s was asking me to help them find a long-term care home to go into because a developer had come and bought up that low-rise rental housing, and they had nowhere to go, Madam Speaker. I was talking to an EA, an educational assistant in her 60s who wants to retire, that's being displaced in my community of Port Moody Coquitlam, and she said to me, Madam Speaker, I have nowhere to go. I've spent my entire career supporting families in this community, sibling after sibling. She loves this community, and she's being pushed out by greed, Madam Speaker, greed. And I think about the fact that this government continues to miss the mark on supporting and protecting rental homes. The Conservatives lost 800,000 affordable homes. The Liberals have done nothing to make up for those losses, and it is affecting people on the ground, Madam Speaker. And I also want to talk about transit. We know that we need to be having more public transit investment, and this Liberal government is so far behind on their investments in community. They'd much rather be spending their money on greedy CEOs who want new freezers than to actually make sure that EAs that have lived in our communities for forever and seniors that have lived in our communities forever are being displaced. That's where the Liberals want to focus. That's what they want to do. So I'm here today, Madam Speaker, to ask the Liberal government, why is it so hard for them to invest in communities and people, and why are they missing the boat on transit? The Metro Vancouver mayors have been here advocating for transit investment. The infrastructure minister is saying that they'll get it in 2 years from now. Not good enough, Madam Speaker. If they don't even get the money for 2 years, they can't even build for another 2 on top of that. So what is this Liberal government doing to make sure communities are whole and kept whole, and that people have a place to live and transit to use?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And quite the contrary, this government has made historic investments in transit infrastructure. Though my prepared remarks and the question was originally based on housing, I'm happy to have a conversation with the honourable member on the transit investments, not only in British Columbia, but throughout the country. The Government of Canada shares the honourable member's concern with respect to housing, that far too many Canadians are struggling to keep a roof over their heads, and those most affected are our most vulnerable neighbours. That's why we're urgently addressing this issue. Finding solutions to Canada's housing crisis is one of our top priorities. We're already making deep investments in affordable housing through the National Housing Strategy. This $82 billion plan focuses first and foremost on providing housing to our most vulnerable neighbours: women and children fleeing family violence, seniors, Indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, those dealing with mental health and addiction issues, veterans, and young adults. The Rapid Housing Initiative, for example, is expected to create more than 15,500 permanent affordable homes across the country. These homes are being built rapidly to address the most urgent needs of those experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Several cities in my colleague's province have already benefited from this funding, including Vancouver, Surrey, and Burnaby. The National Housing Co-Investment Fund is another program geared to help our most vulnerable population. It provides low-cost loans and contributions to nonprofit organizations to build affordable housing. It has already committed funding to build close to 40,000 new homes and repair more than 126,000 existing ones. In addition, our new Housing Accelerator Fund will provide incentives to municipalities to make the changes they need to get more homes built faster. This will help clear up red tape, make the zoning changes needed to quickly get more shovels in the ground. But at the same time, we know more must be done, because while the NHS is on track to meet its goals, it's not enough. Far too many Canadians continue to struggle to find adequate and affordable housing. We're rolling up our sleeves, working even harder and smarter with partners across the housing sector to make a difference. The recently announced GST exemption on additional financing available through Canada Mortgage Bonds were recently announced by Finance Canada, will also help spur construction of purpose-built rentals. This will go a long way to address the shortage of rental homes, bringing down rents for middle-income and low-income Canadians alike. I invite my colleague and all members of this House to work with your communities to make the most of National Housing Strategy programs and other initiatives. And I invite all members to stay tuned for news of more measures we'll be introducing to address Canada's urgent housing shortage and bring back housing affordability for all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one thing I find really frustrating is when the government brings notes, prepared notes, because they can only answer or do one thing at a time, and I find that really, really frustrating, Madam Speaker, because I want to talk about the fact that in my riding, there was the first ever purpose-built rental unit built about 5 years ago after 40 years. And that the Liberal government had promised a GST exemption in their 2015 election campaign, and that is why we got that first ever purpose-built rental building in 40 years in Coquitlam. And then the Liberal government reneged on that promise, and it cost them $500,000 in GST. And they received many, many letters from the developer, and nothing was ever done about it. But I just wanted, because I know the Liberals can't do two things at once, but I want to talk about tradespeople who are being exploited by this government, and no lack of doctors.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's interesting, Madam Speaker, that the honourable member would get up to criticize a member for reading from notes when she was holding a note and reading from it in her own hands, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, that's what we're dealing with tonight. She did have a very good question with respect to vulnerable people on housing. I agree, more needs to be done. The government has proposed many measures. I look forward to her community stepping up and applying. Look forward to more housing announcements throughout the country, especially the seniors, which she addressed in her question, many of whom are at risk. More work needs to be done, Madam Speaker. We're ready to work across the aisle to get those projects built.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
4 months ago, Madam Speaker, I was in an airplane, and my phone started going off, and I knew what was happening when I saw images of women with blood between their legs in their sweatpants. So 4 months ago today, an atrocity of gender-based violence was committed by Hamas against Jewish women because they were Jewish. It is an extreme example of the use of rape and gender-based violence as a tool of war. These women were used as a tool of extremism, of genocide, and the world didn't care. You know, we went through this time, Madam Speaker, this Me Too movement, and women across the world, it doesn't matter what religion you are, it doesn't matter where you are, women's bodies are always used as tools of war and oppression. But this was an extreme example of this. And after the Me Too movement and after the world's lack of recognition of what happens to these women, what happened to these women 4 months ago, I had to wonder, Me Too, except if I'm a Jew. And Canada's response on this, the fact that the Canadian government was so slow to condemn the rape and torture of Jewish women by Hamas, is a stain on Canada's ability to speak up for gender-based violence, and that has not been addressed in this place adequately in any way, shape, or form. When I asked at the time the question that I'm posing again today, if the government would condemn and push the UN, the United Nations, to condemn the rape of Jewish women, it was obfuscation. I'm just going to say this, Madam Speaker. Everybody should be uncomfortable with that in this place. I have stood here years ago making the same case for Yazidi women who were raped, tortured, and sold into sexual slavery at the hands of ISIS that still have no justice to this day. In fact, some of the perpetrators, the sympathizers of their rapists and their torturers, were welcomed back into Canada with open arms. And you know what happens when there's no justice for rapists? It says, do it again with impunity. And that's exactly what happened on October the 7th. That uncomfortable truth should make every person in this room's skin crawl with shame. Rape and torture as a method of war should make nobody comfortable. There should be zero comfort with that. And the fact that the Canadian government took so long and equivocated, put their finger to test where the political winds were blowing before condemning the rape and torture of women is really disgusting. So I'll ask the government this. Why did it take so long for the government to condemn? I don't even think the government has done that. What is the government doing? What actions are they taking to reform the UN, to ensure that the delay that they took in condemning the rape of Israeli women never...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the question and the follow-up from the honourable member. She's right that what occurred was absolutely horrific. Let me reiterate what this government has stated, that we are all appalled by the alarming reports of brutal and targeted sexual and gender-based violence perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th against hostages they took on that day, and call for rigorous investigation, prioritizing the rights and needs of safety of those affected. Using sexual violence as a tactic of war is a crime. We support Israel's right to defend itself in accordance with international law. Hamas is listed as a terrorist organization in Canada, and the Government of Canada has no contact policy with this entity. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has publicly stated that we believe Israeli women. Sexual and gender-based violence increases and is exacerbated by conflicts and crisis settings. Too often, issues faced by women, such as those faced by all women across this conflict today, are secondary considerations in conflict situations. That is why, for over 25 years, Canada has historically led on the biennial resolution on the elimination of violence against women and girls at the Human Rights Council. Canada has also supported the UN Security Council resolution on conflict-related sexual violence since 2000. Canada has a feminist foreign policy and a feminist international assistance policy that also prioritize the protection and needs of women in conflict situations. This means, for example, Canada's continued implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda that helps ensure women and girls are fully part of our response. UN Women is a long-standing partner of Canada when it comes to advancing gender equity globally. We value the excellent work of the agency in many challenging contexts to promote the empowerment of women and girls and their global leadership on emerging issues impacting the health of rights of women and girls around the world. UN Women, which this original question was about, has publicly stated that we unequivocally condemn the brutal attacks by Hamas on Israel on October 7th. We are alarmed by the numerous accounts of gender-based atrocities and sexual violence during those attacks. We expect UN Women, UN system, and member states to draw swift attention to conflict-related sexual violence and ensure humanitarian response adequately address the needs and rights of crisis-affected women and girls in all contexts. In addition, the UN Special Representative Patton has expressed grave concern about reports of sexual violence against hostages in Hamas captivity and accepted an Israeli invitation to make an official visit to Israel to learn firsthand about the experiences of victims and survivors. Canada welcomed this statement and this visit, and we support her engagement on this matter. As leaders in upholding and advancing women, peace and security agenda, Canada calls upon its partners to go a step further. We must not only put women and girls' security first and foremost, we must ensure that women's voices are part in finding a solution. In conclusion, every woman and girl has the right to live free from violence, regardless of their religion, as well regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, race, social, and economic status. Let's stand together to protect all women and girls in this terrible conflict and prioritize women's leadership in all aspects of the future peace process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I believe that the head of the UN Women Association that my colleague mentioned made some sort of ridiculous statement about the need for the victims of this sexual violence to do more. That they weren't doing enough to get justice. No, the world owes these survivors justice. I cannot. UN Women has done nothing. Zero. Nothing. And the Canadian government should right now be condemning them for their inaction and looking to reform the agency to actually get justice for the survivors of sexual violence, be it Israeli women, be it the women of the Yazidi community who have seen no justice for the atrocities they've endured. What material actions is the Canadian government taking to reform UN Women? What leverage are they using to see reforms so that justice for women isn't platitudes and asking them...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, we are appalled by the alarming reports of brutal and targeted sexual violence and gender-based violence perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th and call for rigorous investigation, prioritizing the rights and needs and safety of those affected. UN Women has also unequivocally condemned the brutal attacks by Hamas on Israel on October 7th, including the reports of sexual and gender-based violence. Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, Patton, has accepted an invitation to Israel where she will hear testimonies of the survivors of the Hamas attacks and meet with former hostages. The Prime Minister has spoken about the impact made by Canadian-Israeli peace activist Vivian Silver, who was killed by Hamas in Israel on October 7th. He praised her dedication to building bridges between Israelis and Palestinians and noted she exemplifies what it means to be Canadian and to be engaged in the world in positive ways. Thank you very much.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.